Hi. Hey. Hello. It's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? How are you? I'm Skycatlive. It's a Thursday at 1:18 p.m. on a 2/19/26. It's 68 degrees in my house, and it's like 30 degrees outside. Real cold out there. My cat came in after 15 minutes. She was like, nah, fuck this. Too cold. She came and knocked on my door. It's a beautiful but freezing cold, sunny day in the Pacific Northwest. I love you guys, and I want to move forward here and drop it off the big face. There we go. I'm listening to an Aura Guidance Dev Chat, which I'm going to bump back and listen to the whole thing again because I was in the shower when I was listening to it. I am getting out of this Tristan. Leave ship. I guess I could just clone jump, huh? I think I probably will clone jump, actually. It's probably faster, honestly. So I want to jump to a meg clone in Jeddah. And I'll go put in a booster. And I'll bring back like an Algos with a lot of drones on it. Okay, so the first thing I want to do is get in an Algos. I spent some money on Algos yesterday, and I don't know why. I've got fucking 50 of them. Don't know why I bought Algos yesterday, but it's fine. Assemble ship. Confirm. Come to Algos and yeah, and give me this Algos fit, which I think is set. You're currently, I thought, okay, you didn't actually get in the ship? No, you didn't. Tristan, Algos, there's an Ishtar sitting there. Maybe I should hypernet it. No, I want to get in this ship. Let's go. Alghost. Okay. Then we're going to go to this, and we're going to multi-fit, I don't know, 30 of these. How much would that run? Oh. Yeah, a billion ISK, huh? Is it the mobile tractor units? Yeah, it is. It's 250 million of it is mobile tractor units. Caldari Navy Vespas. Well, I'm definitely not spending 765 million ISK on 30 Algos. How about 3? Buy all. Yeah, that's a little more reasonable. There we go. Okay, then fit the ships. Yeah. And we will have some more Algos lying there. Then the drone bay in the Algos doesn't have anything. I want you to strip fitting. I want you to repackage. Leave ship. This Algos with no drones in it. Yeah, I want you to strip fitting and repackage. Yeah, repackage this item, yeah. And then... Okay, we have an Algos with the correct stuff in it. We're going to go replace drones. These Caldari Navy Vespas, they're a medium scout drone, yeah. I don't think they're as much damage as the Fed Navy Hobgobs. And I'm going to change the fitting. Do I have Fed Navy Hobgobs? I do. I'm going to put, yeah, I'm going to put 10 in the drone bay, 12 in the drone bay, and 19 more in that. And I'm going to bring out some Fed Navy Hobgobs with me so that I can replace drones if I need to. Save fitting. Oh, no, I guess I'll have to actually remove these for just a moment so I can save the correct fitting. Fucking annoying. There. Save this fitting. This is the correct fitting. Save. Save as. Alghost. Save. I have a mobile tractor unit, which I like, but it's a little expensive for what I'm doing. I don't know. I think I will bring it, though. And then drones. Oh, yeah. You know, I should check my channels. I'm not sure I'm even up, right? Oh, yeah. Duh. Oops. Got to check what I've been doing. I've got to title videos. Yeah, I've got to title videos, which is annoying. I've got 4 drafts. That's part 1 of 3. This is 217, part 2 of 3. We have to check each file. This is 12.1.13. Got to come to new recorded vids on G. 12.1.13 was part 1. That's good. So we'll do part 1 of 4. This was from yesterday, the 18th. Going to put my thumbnail in. And yeah, and then the 18th, and we're playing Eve these days. I'm gonna get out of the Rust channel because I'm not really playing Rust. On strict top, go. Next, public, publish, go. Part 2, close. Part 2, which is part 2, which was 21, 23. Oh yeah, part 2. I don't know. That's the last one. 23, 21, 13 was actually the 4th. We're looking for 16, 1, 14. Yeah, that's part 2. Oh, am I in? Yeah, I am in. Keep crafting. Reuse. Part 2 of 4. Upload file. Yeah. And then show more. Not playing Rust, but I am playing Eve, Immortal, and FFX side. 18. Eve Online. On strict. Anyone top go. Public, publish, go. This one is 173807. This is part 3. Oh, my headphones aren't in correctly. Okay, AirPods. Did I jump to Jita? Yes, I did. I want to get back on my way out again. But before I can do that, I've got to... Yeah, Fed Navy Hobgobs. And I want to pop a booster, but I'm in my Meg clone, so we're going to come out and do that. We're going to pop a booster. My money kind of went out a bit, and I kind of want to buy LSIs to get real income coming in, but I don't know. It's sort of risky to do that. I don't have the hypercores, and that's why I stopped. Master at Arms, Cerebral. Oh, did I already do one? No, maybe I already have one in still. Yeah, I do have a Master for 13 more hours. Damn it, I came here for no reason. No, I mean, I don't mind coming back, actually. It's fine. No, destroy this dead clone out there. And now I have to go, like, leave this clone here. God damn it, you have 2... That's a +5 set. Do I have a +4? I don't want to take a +4. That's also a +5 set. I don't know. I want to get a dead clone, I guess, but I don't want to leave my med clone here. Or so I don't want to leave my med clone there, which is so annoying. I shouldn't have clone jumped. Now I've got a dead clone out there. Hell, I got rid of it. Let's go install dead clones at the med place. Get out of this ship. Leave ship. I want to go to the med facility.
Warp drive active. Docking permission requested.
So annoying. I have to leave the medical clone here.
Docking
I'll just
request accepted.
jump to it tomorrow. Okay, continuing to post yesterday's videos. I'm late, but not that late. You didn't take away that, but you should have. On 18. Speaking of Rust, I suppose I will actually pop in Rust, just so I don't lose those bases in case I do kind of value them. I don't really think it matters. Gaming online, on, text strict on, go, next, next, next. Okay, there's all 4 parts of yesterday's video. Pop on Rust and just preserve my bases by logging in. I am currently in Jita. I want to jump to a new clone. I want you to install 1, 2. Yep, and then I want you to jump out of this med clone. And take, go back and get the Owl Ghost.
Warp drive active.
Naval update, new and improved AI and such, ghost ships and all this, yeah. So, coming through play, I want to go to my history. I have some
Docking permission
weird
requested.
filter. There we go. And then, you know, it's odd. Whenever I come on, I don't see this hybrid server that I was on, ever. It's like not here the first time I look. It's really weird. Yeah, this hybrid server goes down this time every day or something like that. Hex still has 200 people. Atlas is a US2X and it's still got a lot of people. Brits has a lot of people. Brits is doing really well. I liked Brits, but yeah, it's like I logged in and the server I was on doesn't even come in on the list, and that makes me nervous. Like really nervous to stay on that hybrid server. Brits and the hybrid server are pretty much the same thing, except Brits is way, 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 way better. This hybrid server appears to have died. Or something. I really don't know. Maybe he didn't or maybe he whitelisted me on the VPN again. I don't know. I'm going to see if he'll let me log in. I don't think it will. Because I would not mind playing on the zombie server. It is my server, you know. But you're not. You're going to block me a VPN. Okay, we're going in with an Owl Ghost. And then I'm going to put Fed Navy Hobgobs in the Owl Ghost. And then I'm going to go all the way out to where we were. Drones. Select all. I don't know. Stack all. And then, yeah, Fed Navy Hobgobs, 24 of them. Nope, nope. 24 in the drone bay. Okay, this ship is worth, like, quite a lot right now. But that's fine.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Oh, anime. Getting lots of good support here. Yeah, ISP VPN not permitted. So I could get on the Rusting Dead if I ever stop playing with a VPN, but I don't know about that. We'll have to see. I don't want to start over again this month, so, and I've seen the Naval Wipe update. It was good, but it wasn't enough to keep me there.
Approaching Stargate.
Yeah, unless the server I was playing on pops, which is just weird. Maybe there's a direct connect because it's not showing up in the list because I have a VPN or something. I don't really know. Aren't I in the hybrid Discord or something? I don't know. Continue browsing. Go back.
Autopilot jumping.
That should make it bigger. I'm going to grab the other free game, which is Super Meat Boy for $1.50. Wow. Starcraft.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
The fuck are you looking at?
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Are you scanning an Algos, you idiot?
Approaching Stargate.
I should be on Brits.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Hey, let me change the title today. That's good.
Autopilot jumping.
So what happened to this
Warping to
hybrid server?
Stargate.
It's like full-blown
Warp
gone.
drive active.
Maybe they shut it down? Pop died. I guess I could get started on Brits again. Maybe I don't have my Brits login anymore. I think I did start on Brits, didn't I? No, it was too boring. Something about it. Yeah, I don't think I want to play this right now. It's unfortunate, but I don't.
Approaching Stargate.
It is what it is. Boy Train is $15. I always was kind of curious about that game.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
There's a catalyst.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Oh, I suppose I should probably charge my phone. Oops. Alright, let's get on Mortal and chop some tree.
Autopilot jumping.
No.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Out of stuff. Oh, it's ice day anyways. Right, I will go sell, I guess. I suppose I could look for a group. I don't really feel like healing right now. I don't know. I guess I could. I will XP party on FFXI. Because it's fun and it's social and it's forced sociality and it's like a lot more fun than what these other games are supplying me. I'm sure I could probably go do something and even have fun. Like I could learn incursions or something dumb because I have the ability to fly those ships, I'm fairly sure.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Look, crafting is such easy money. I made like 100k without even trying. Crafting is such easy money to just sit there. I do want to make a thief sub while I look for groups just so I can like travel around faster. I'm sure I've got other things to sell. I need to buy clusters, that's for sure. And sell silver ore.
Autopilot jumping.
They've got like
Warping
warning
to Stargate.
messages on the login
Warp
screen. I
drive
think you
active.
froze though. Damn it. Am I in low sec now? Yeah. Maybe I'll fast jump the rest of
Autopilot
this.
disabled.
Or well, no.
Autopilot engaged.
This could be bad right here. I gotta be careful. Come on, Micro. Let's go. I feel like somebody's here and about to jump in on me. Because if it's gonna happen, it's gonna be right here.
Approaching Stargate.
Let's go. I don't know, man. I feel like autopilot's better. I always forget, and then I just get tackled by somebody.
Jumping.
So whatever, we're just gonna let it autopilot. Yeah, this mortal load, it fucking froze. Get rid of it.
Warping to Stargate.
Annoying.
Warp drive active.
Yeah. Go take a look at what's going on in the world today. This mortal load broke.
Approaching Stargate.
They arrested Prince Andrew, huh? Uh-huh. Oh, no.
Autopilot jumping.
Ooh, Dead by 12 from Nightingale. That might be good.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Romestead. Oh my god.
Hey everyone, this is PixelK.
Approaching
In
Stargate.
this video, we are taking a fresh look at Conan Exiles and talk about what you can expect from the game in 2026. Now, if you're new to the game, then Conan Exiles is best described as an open-world survival crafting game that's set in the world of Conan the Barbarian. You can play it solo, with friends or together with other players, and that can be locally as well as on private or official servers. The game is available for PC, PlayStation and Xbox
Autopilot
and has the
jumping.
option to be played in PvE and PvP, depending on the server you play on.
What happened?
Now, whether you are completely new to the game or have taken a break from it for a good while, Conan Exiles has seen quite a few updates since
Moving
its
to
full
Stargate.
release in early 2018.
Drive active.
And that means, of course, new features
Put my
and
other
changes
keyboards
that
on.
have added more content to the game over time. So let's begin with what you can expect when buying the base game and when starting to play now in 2026. Well, first off there's the character creator, which we would say still holds up well to this day. There are a lot of sliders, including the famous endowment slider, and over the past few years some new hair and face options have been added to the initial selection. Except for a few regions and depending on which server you play on,
Approaching
the
Stargate.
game also offers the option to be played with no, partial or full nudity. The graphics are still fairly good considering
No,
how
they are.
old the game is. But there's also no
Yeah, I mean, they are.
denying
They
that the
are.
game is aging and that it's
Yeah.
using Unreal Engine 4. The same goes for the user interface. Visually, it feels a bit dated and at times it can be clunky, but some smaller tweaks and improvements have been made over the years. Like for example the addition of a search bar for the construction menu, which isn't exactly
Autopilot
groundbreaking,
jumping.
but it was a highly requested change since the build system was introduced. Now, let's talk content. The base game features one large map, the Exiled Lands, which consists of various biomes. The
Moving to
area along the
Stargate.
river in the south is
Warp
considered the
drive
starter zone. Then to the east, you'll find a lush jungle biome. The center of the map is dominated by a vast desert, two smaller savannas, and a slightly more challenging area that's called the Unnamed City. To the north, you'll find the highlands, tundra, the frozen north, and finally the volcano area. As you can see, there's a lot of variety and a lot to explore. Each biome has their own points of interest and challenges, and some resources can only be found in certain areas.
Approaching
While you will
Stargate.
slowly advance through the different regions, you'll also notice an increase in difficulty and the need to progress with your character for better gear. You'll also face environmental dangers from time to time, like extreme temperatures or massive sandstorms that sweep across the land. And depending on where you explore, you might also come across toxic gas and corruption. In addition to more challenging world bosses, the game
Autopilot
also
jumping.
features a host of dungeons with unique settings and encounters. And if you were wondering, yes, the game has mounts. You can ride horses
Moving
and
to
camels,
Stargate.
and it's also possible to have
Warp
rhino
drive
mounts,
active.
but the majority of those have to be purchased via the in-game store and DLC content. As with many survival games, Conan Exiles boasts a reasonably complex crafting system of various tiers. From handcrafting basics to simple cooking stations, armor and blacksmithing benches, alchemy and many more. The game lets you craft a large variety of gear, weapons, and if it's your jam, building and decoration pieces. In fact,
Approaching
we'd
Stargate.
say that Conan Exiles features one of the more robust building systems out there, including numerous building sets and placeables. And while there's still no option
Autopilot
to build from
jumping.
storage, a recent update added the option to build from your
Autopilot
followers'
disabled.
inventory,
No build
which
from
should
storage.
alleviate the burden of carrying the required building materials quite substantially.
There's
Furthermore, if you run your own server or use the game's creative mode, you can create your wildest dreams when it comes to building, from giant fortresses to cities or other intricate base designs. Another element of the
Warp
game
drive
are
active.
religions. At character creation, you can choose to join one of 8 religions, with one of them being a neutral option. You can however unlock all of them later if you want. While the system feels slightly underused to this day, it offers players some unique items and placeables, and also the chance to summon gigantic avatars that can be used to wreak havoc in PvP. Now, let's talk about another core feature, followers. Followers are NPC sidekicks that can either accompany you on your adventures
Docking
and fight
permission
by your
requested.
side, or crafters that
Docking
can help you
request
at
accepted.
workbenches in your base and provide various bonuses. You can acquire followers via various means, that be aggressively or by purchasing and rescuing them. And there's also the option to unlock 2 unique companions through a series of quests. If you want to learn more about that, check out our dedicated video on this topic.
I don't care what it has to offer.
Another
I want
type
your
of follower
opinion.
are pets. There are pets that can
Hey,
join
look,
you
it's the
in
New World
combat,
pets.
help carry your loot, or produce a
them
few
before.
resources in your base. And then there are a handful of cosmetic pets that are more or less base decorations, like cats and rats. A relatively new feature in the game is the possibility to sell your followers or pets to other players for gold by setting up trading cages and selling posts. Definitely a nice.
If it's got 1,000 pop, it won't matter.
I got some big news for you. Prince Andrew has been arrested over his misconduct within the Epstein files. This is like the first person who has actually had some consequences for their actions, other than like Ghislaine Maxwell, who, by the way, I'm starting to think that Ghislaine Maxwell might have been swapped out the way.
Okay, I'm sorry. I had to call my pharmacist. So. Okay, back to YouTube here. I made it with no deaths, which is very good. We're going to pull all of these hobgobs out. I'm going to go back to the Tristan and run the smalls in here. I found a good system that I like. Most of the time I'm left alone. There's other good systems nearby. How are we looking here? We got Fed Navy hobgobs and hobgobs too that I'll use for emergency, but I want the good drones. Yeah, and here we go. Going out to faction warfare today. Gonna try and make some more Minotaur money and rep. Ah, good. Lots of smalls. Yeah, smalls. We'll do the scout first. But lots of smalls.
Drive active.
See how much money we can make with this fucking Tristan.
That Jeffrey Epstein was swapped out before he quote-unquote committed suicide. If you don't know, I don't believe Jeffrey Epstein is dead whatsoever. And
I do, but I think it might be naive to make that assumption.
now there's recent pictures coming out of Ghislaine Maxwell in prison, and it's not her. It's just not fucking her. You should look into that. It's remarkable. But I wanted to show you this. We have two things I want to talk about. We are not live right now.
The body double isn't her.
I don't go live on Thursdays. I don't have the time to do it. I have a lot of meetings. But this is what we've got from the Associated Press. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office over ties to Epstein. So we're going to talk about that. And then the other thing that I have for you is yesterday I made a video saying we're going to war with Iran. It looks like it's actually like imminent, like before, like by Saturday, like 2 days from now. I'm filming this on Thursday, February 19th, 2016. We're going to war with Iran. And also there is some inside sources who are saying that the Israelis might deploy tactical nukes on the Iranian missile silos. Now here's the thing, I'm hoping that's not true, but I've said it a million times.
It's not true.
The only nation on this planet that is selfish and stupid enough to use nuclear weapons
is America.
Is Israel. It's the only nation that would be willing to do that. They don't feel like they'll ever face consequences for their actions.
No, the only country that's ever done it,
America,
still the only one who would do it,
because they
is
have a
America.
backlog, a database full of videos of President Donald Trump having sex with children, because Donald Trump is a sex trafficking pedophile. This is irrefutable. If you disagree with me, you're mentally fucking retarded, and you shouldn't be allowed near children. But anyway, we're going to talk about the 6 signs that that Trump's war with Iran is imminent, and we're going to talk about you know, Prince Andrew a little bit. Oh, here comes Luigi. Here comes Luigi. She heard me, and now she wants to come on in. All right, but let's get a look at this. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, the former British prince who was stripped of his royal titles because of his links to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, was arrested Thursday on suspicion of misconduct in public office. So this must have happened this morning. Hold on, let me look.
That's all I need from this video.
Ladies who have sex with men, I beg of you, stop rewarding Trump men with sex. Stop having sex with men who voted for Donald Trump. It is not that big of a sacrifice to not have sex with men who voted for Donald Trump. I do it all the time. I'm currently not having sex with a man who voted for Donald Trump. No. Right? Hello and welcome to Hysteria.
God damn. Oops. I'm gonna get a free battlefield. Yeah, I came to the right system. This battlefield happens here probably because of me.
Yeah, I'm Erin Ryan,
And I'm Alyssa Mastromonaco.
First of all, not having sex. Stop having sex with men who voted for Donald Trump. It is not that big of a sacrifice to not have sex with men who voted for Donald Trump. I do it all the time. I'm currently not having sex with a man who voted for Donald Trump.
No.
Right? Hello and welcome to Hysteria. I'm Erin Ryan.
And I'm Alyssa Mastromonaco.
First of all, Alyssa, welcome back. We missed you these last 2 weeks.
Thanks, ma'am. Thanks for taking care of me and letting me take last week off. I was sick as fuck.
Oh, no. Well, you know what? Being sick is a good way to kick off Lent, which just started this week. Did you ever have any Lenten traditions? I know you weren't religious growing up, but did you kind of do the, like, I don't know if there's...
No.
Really? Oh, my
No.
God. Ash Wednesday was, as a baby Catholic, was my favorite day of the year because I got to go to school
I
with the
remember it
ashes on my
vividly.
head.
Infant school. Like
Yeah.
it was, everybody walked around like they were badass with their charcoal.
Because Catholicism
Obviously.
is metal. We're like in church, drinking blood, being told as children that we're going to return to the dust. It is like a very, very metal religion.
It's a big day.
Yeah, it's a big day. Big day for little Catholic kids who were not in the majority at their school and they felt cool on Ash
Brainwashing.
Wednesday. We see you, but please get out of that religion. It's probably not good. Today, we're talking about the Wall Street Journal's brutal read of Kristi Noem,
Yikes.
two women's crusade to hold Meta and Google accountable for intentionally designing addictive features on their social media platforms, and how the SAVE Act might forever change our elections. And we wrap up with Sandy Petty. You're listening to Hysteria, the podcast to listen to on your way to throwing dildos at an ICE protest.
Okay.
So just a reminder to people who are not in Minnesota out there, despite all the administration's play acting, that they're drawing things down and they're going to pull out of Minnesota. Like most men, they cannot be trusted to pull out. The people of Minnesota are still under attack by their own federal government. Unfortunately for the feds, at this point, it's pretty clear that they underestimated the people of Minnesota, to say the least. I was talking to a friend who lives in the Minneapolis area recently, and I think that our consensus was, we're going to win, but this is going to suck,
Yeah.
which is kind of the only approach. Like, there's no easy way out. This is going to suck, but if we keep going, we're going to win. Well, a couple weeks ago, I became aware of a new tactic that's being used against ICE in Minnesota. Sex toys, dildos.
Really?
Big ol' fake dicks. Yeah.
Wow.
I'm going to read an excerpt, Alyssa, from Minnesota
I love
Public
an
Radio's
excerpt.
report on the practice. Okay, this is from NPR. Last weekend, a new element of tactical frivolity could be seen stuck to fences and faces. Sex toys. Not everyone wants to get tear gassed or arrested or beaten, said organizer Rook T. Winchester. But lots of people are willing to laugh, show up, bring something silly, and stand shoulder to shoulder. Winchester is the organizer of what is being coined as the Dildo Distribution Delegation. He said the added element to protesting is in the same spirit as wearing inflatable suits to rallies or rubber chickens, to weaponize the absurdity of the moment. Power hates being mocked more than it hates being challenged, he said.
It's true.
Winchester passed out 300 sex toys
It's
that were
true.
donated from the local company Like a Kitten. I looked into Like a Kitten, and apart from the cheeky donation, I learned they're a woman-owned business in Minneapolis. Listeners, if you're in the market for anything that Like a Kitten sells and you want to support them, their website is likeakitten.com.
I love that. I'll check out Like a Kitten.
Yeah, I checked it out at work. I was like, this is for work. Anyway, what color dildo do you think you would throw?
Honestly, that is a very uncomfortable question. I guess I would go with pink.
Yeah, I think purple looks like against the
Yeah,
snow.
purple. I agree.
Yeah. Okay. Well, kudos to Like a Kitten and for the people in Minneapolis, St. Paul, and the rest of Minnesota who are keeping a sense of humor in these dark times. And now on to another dildo. Last week, the Wall Street Journal published a thick investigation into our botched pick-me Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. This is a beat we've been following closely for over a year at this point, but it's been 6 months since our This Fucking Guy episode about her, where we really dug into her past. So let's revisit old Kristi and see what new shit the Journal has on her.
Well, Erin, the article shed light on Noem's relationship with her, wink, wink, top advisor Corey Lewandowski.
Her top advisor, or is he a bottom advisor?
Oh, I think only they know. The two are both married to other people. How's that for the trad wife community? I just feel like this is, I don't know, I feel like they're not living the truth people want them to live.
I mean, Kristi Noem is a grandma with a boyfriend that she's cheating on Grandpa with. That's so trashy.
A work boyfriend.
That's so trashy.
But apparently they do very little to hide their affair with each other from the department. There were reports a few years back that they were making out at a hotel bar at CPAC. Hard to get less discreet than that. Reportedly, this is so good. Reportedly, their relationship makes Trump uncomfortable. I can't imagine which elements of it make him uncomfortable. He is uncomfortable. Originally, Noem wanted Lewandowski as her chief of staff, but when that plan was shot down, he became a special government employee, which means absolutely nothing when you don't stick to the rules of being a special government employee.
Yeah.
That means he's supposed to be there less than 130 days in some advisory capacity. The flag about special government employees that a lot of people don't pick up on is that because you're not technically working full time and they use an SGE to bring in some sort of technical expertise usually for an issue that's short-lived, you can usually keep your outside job.
Okay.
So I'm just telling you. So he's trolling around inside DHS, but he's still getting a paycheck someplace else. I'm dollars to donuts, I betcha.
They're so gross. And the things Lewandowski has done for Noem have certainly been special. Starting with one of the more bizarre and petty anecdotes that made headlines, Lewandowski once fired a U.S. Coast Guard pilot after Christie's blanket was left behind on a plane, but then had to reinstate the pilot after nobody was available to fly them home. That is a Veep episode.
How do you not know that that's the person flying you home?
I just think
it's insane. They're so
funny.
dumb. Also, I heard it was a heated blanket, which made it funnier to me.
A heated blanket?
I heard it was a heated blanket.
Okay, so I had questions about why was this blankie so important? Was it a baby blanket? It's if it were something very sentimental, but also it's weird.
Here's the other thing.
When I was, I don't know, 5 or 6,
it's not like they still couldn't get the fucking blanket back to her. Do you know what I mean?
When I was 7 years old, 6 years old or something, I had a Teddy Ruxpin, I think it was. Or no, it was a... Yeah, I think it was a Teddy Ruxpin that I had with me, a teddy bear. Except he's in a, $200 or $300 animatronic teddy bear with cassettes that go in his chest and stuff, a really expensive toy. And my parents were rich, they didn't really care, but I had sentimental value connected to the Teddy Ruxpin. He was one of my best friends. So we took an Amtrak. We took an Amtrak train from I want to say New York to Philadelphia or something like that. I don't remember where we were going or what we were doing. But as soon as the battleship starts taking damage, I'll get on him, but I don't want to do it till then. Damn, he was dead before I could get there. I should have just got on him. Gonna make, I don't even know. How much is this? It's like 300K LP or something, which is like 300 million. A little less, like 260 something, but it's like, I'm going to make 260 million here, which makes up for everything I did in the last, I don't know, I just bought 5 more Algoses or whatever worth of mats or whatever. That was 60 million. That makes up for everything I've done in the last 2 days. I'm learning that steady income, you can just buy whatever you want if you do it frugally and intelligently, if you just wait and you put funds aside. For instance, I'm about to buy a brand new $2,800 computer with a 5090 in it, but I'm not going to do it for another probably 6 months to a year, maybe 2 years, something like that, maybe even 3. We don't know. I'm pushing it out. I'm a pusher outer guy. I want to get my full value out of this expensive ass rig that I bought last time, which was $2,400. And I still want to get value out of that 2,400. That was only 5. Well, no, now it's 6. Yeah, that was 6 years ago I bought this. It was the summer of 2020. So it's been 5.5 years since I bought this computer. I want a good 8 years out of it, 7 years, 6 years, something like that. Hopefully 10, but we don't know. So I make, or I don't make, but I receive, like, it's like after the rent, I receive about $9,000 a year for disability, and after rent and bills and utilities, it's like $7,000 a year. It's like $2,000 goes to my mom for rent, utilities, power, that kind of thing. And that's like something the government wants. You know, it's like, it's all stuff the government wants. They want to make sure that the person helped taking care of you is taken care of too. There's all this other stuff. So but I walk with 7 or something like that at the end of it, which works out to be, I mean, what's 12 divided by 7? It's, you know, I don't know, it's about what most people make if they work like a dead-end job. And it's like, you know, it's like $7,000 a year or something like that. Of course, I drink some of it away. I vape some of it away. So call it more like $5,000 a year or something like that. And so, yeah, and it works out to be like whatever that is. It's like, what's 12 months divided by $5,000? It's like, you know, we could ask the AI. I don't really want to do the math right now because I don't know. What's 12 divided by 5? It's like, I don't even know. It's math that escapes me right now. My brain right now, I don't have a good brain right now. I can feel it. My brain's getting much worse. I'm sorry, brain's staying the same, but my memory's getting much worse. So let's try to do this map before we ask the AI. I walk away with $5,000 after all the bills and all the expenses of life and stuff each year. Over 12 months. What's 5,000 divided by 12? It's $480 a month, right? And now we're gonna ask the AI. So we're gonna be like, what's 12 months divided by $5,000? Or so what's $5,000 divided by 12? It's gonna be 480 some odd. It's 416. Yeah, it's 416.67, right? It's not that easy math. It really wasn't. It did escape me. I was like, I don't know. It's something like, I don't know, without having a pen, I don't know. So 416.67. So yeah, I make $416 a month. It's, you know, that's like $100 a week or something like that. That's what I live off of. It's like $104 a week. It's tight, right? So I don't know why I brought this up. It's just, it's sort of weird. It's like,
they just had to like box it up, put it in a
I don't know. I have to be. I remember now what I was going to say. So I have to buy on a frugal budget of $416 a month, you know, or $104 a month or whatever, or a week. I mean, at $104 a week, I need to somehow reach a $2,850 well-made, custom-built, pre-built Dell Alienware computer with a nice $350 fucking insurance policy on it that'll last 2 to 5 years, whatever it is, so that it doesn't break on me or fuck me over. And that costs $2,750, right? We're like it's basically like a car, like buying a brand new car. I need a fucking warranty on it. If you sold me a lemon, that should be your fucking fault. All I'm trying to do is buy a good computer or a good car. So all in all, that works out to be $2,750. It might be cheaper when the day I go to buy. I like, you know, what's the best time of year? Let's go ask Jemmy this. What's the best time of year to buy a Dell Alienware computer? Do they run specials at a specific time of year? Is it Black Friday? Late November. Yeah, I want the highest percentage off MSRP. So probably November of 28, I'm going to buy a computer, right? How do I reach $2,800 on a budget that's like, you know, $416 a month, right? How do I do that? That is literally 8 months of no income if I want to just flatly pay the 2,800, you know, 2,800, right? Which is terrifying to me. So what do? I have my mother take out of this $416 a month, right? I have her take 100 of it, and it works out to be like 100 or 315. I know, because I know the number. It's like 315, something like that. I'm sorry, it is 380. After, yeah, it's like I walk with no, I'm sorry, it's 360. I get a $360 check on the first of every month from my payee, which is handling my disability, because it's like, you know, that's, you know, what it is after $100 withdrawal to my savings, which we have to use for emergencies all the time, and it's down at like $1,400 right now. But by the time I buy a new computer, it'll hopefully be back up at $2,800. Otherwise, I'll just have to take a monthly payment and toss it on top of it. It's kind of insane, but I mean, it's like, you know, but that I live my life like my Alienware might kick out at any given moment here, and I catch my cat sleeping on the top of it, and I get very angry because I'm like, do not set this computer back in its lifespan any further than it already is. You know, I need this computer to last. So I'm uptight about the computer. I'm anal about the savings. I'm uptight about that 2,800. I make my savings available to my family because we have emergencies and stuff like this, and it has bailed us out of bad problems before. So I feel very proud about that. But, you know, but it also is like I have to have the $2,800 for the computer in there when this computer dies. It's got to be that same day. I could be down for 2 to 5 days. It would be acceptable to me. Lord knows I need a fucking vacation. But I need that computer to arrive between when this computer dies and something will happen where it just won't start anymore. It'll be like, I don't know, probably to me, I'm guessing eventually the processor will just give out because I use it all day long, 24 hours every day. I upload all night if I'm not playing all day. And it's been like that since summer of 2020. I didn't stop. Even before I was a streamer, I would run it 24 hours a day, 365, 7 days a week. You know, 7 days a week, 365. So it's like, you know, so I know this computer is going to give out. It has done almost the whole 5 years. It's been running the whole 5 years since I bought it. You know, I don't ever turn this computer off. So I know it's going to die. The fucking CPU will give out. The power source will give out. It'll be a little too expensive to repair it, or RAM will be too expensive to do RAM. It'll just be weird. Some problem will happen where I will just have to buy a new computer to reach it. The other thing is I know what will happen. What is likely to happen is around by the age of 2027, 2028, this GPU, the 4060 Ti, it will become too antiquated the way that the 3060 Ti is too antiquated now. I sent my 3060 Ti to my friend Jed Gallagher, because his sister needed a video card, because I was like, you know, the 3060 Ti, it's a great card. It was $550 when I first got it. It's a great little card, but it's old now, and it's soft. For, I don't know, 2.5 years of full usage, so it's not even a perfect GPU anymore. It's dusty and old and all this. So I set my old GPU away, knowing that leaves me no safety net if this GPU dies, because I don't want to run on a 3060 Ti. I'll just buy a new computer at that point, and that could be as early as today. Now, we don't want that as early as today, because then I'll have to make sacrifices. Like, I'll have to buy an inferior rig, probably used, for like $1,400 today if my computer dies today, and you know, and that's okay. Ooh, there was 78,000 LP, so it wasn't that much. It was 80 mil. I made 80 mil off this Battlefield. I thought it used to be like 300, but I guess not. All right, thank you, good BF. I'm going back out to the small. or a small, excuse me. I just made 80 million, and that's what we're hoping for. I hope for these battlefields to pop, but they're hard to catch. You have to, like, what you're looking for, if you're an e-pilot and you want to catch a battlefield, what you're looking for is suddenly in your local, like 50 fellow pilots show up in the space of half an hour. And you're like, why is there suddenly, like, see, it's 63, I'm not kidding, you know, it's 64, right? People are coming into the BF late, too. And it's like suddenly 40, 30, 40, 50, 60 people suddenly show up and they're all in your militia. That's how you know a battlefield's about to start. And guys, this is a precious lesson too. I know it's going to sound insane, but I'm fairly sure the right wing wants to descend this country into fucking civil war and violence. They're fucking shitheads. That's why I want to abolish the Republican Party. I'm fairly sure that's what they live for. It's why they talk about don't tread on me. They think we treaded on them, so they want to go to war with us now. If that happens, we'll have civil war in our fucking backyards. Here's my advice to you. If you suddenly see 60 dudes with guns show up, and it doesn't really look like it's like setting off yet, but 60 dudes with automatic weapons just showed up, a battle is about to start. It might not look like it because 60 people are standing around smoking cigarettes, stressed out, and not talking to you, but they can't tell you a battle's starting. You know, they won't tell you, the civilian. If you're an American and the Civil War sparks off and you're 50 years old like me and you're too old, or you're 15 years old like you and you're too young to do the Civil War, right? And but you're stuck because it's in your backyard anyways. If you see, there's two things to look for World War, Civil War, three things to look for about war that I've seen in my lifetime before. So I'll tell you what they are. I've seen them before. I've seen in the video games, I've seen battles start, but I've never seen it in real world. But I have seen wars start in America. Like when 9/11 happened, we went to war in Afghanistan, and I saw a war start in my lifetime. I've seen several. I've seen Kosovo start. I've seen the Gulf War start when I was like 7 years old. And I'll tell you what happens. I'll tell you things that might save your life later. If you're in my channel, I'm one of the smartest motherfuckers out there. It's not that I'm like high IQ. I'm emotionally intelligent. Anybody I know will tell you I'm emotionally intelligent, and it comes from stuff like this. I do give a flying fuck about fighting the right wing, because they're too racist, too sexist, and too homophobic. I can't have that on planet Earth. I would abolish it, you know what I'm saying? So I would fight them on that basis, but I don't want to fight them, and I will use every trick in the book to not fight them. They are my fellow Americans. So I know the tricks, and I know the signs. Listen to me, children. I wish to be that shining beacon of light of reason that saves your life later. You'll be like, I listened to Skycatlive, like House MD, and he saved my life with something he told me 20 years ago. So here it is, because I've seen it before. If you think war is starting, you're going to see the internet flare up. You're going to have CNN tell you it's starting and all this crazy stuff and all this. We've seen it last summer when Iran and Israel fired missiles at each other and stuff. A whole bunch of buzz will start, and I've seen it before. It's why I watched avidly all week while they missiled each other. But there's things to look for as a civilian who's most likely just going to be harmed by combatants. And these are the things. The first thing you look for, and I mean this, and this happens in the video games too, all of the world's ammo will sell out. You might think I'm fucking kidding, but no, when Afghanistan set off, all of the world's ammo sold out. So that's how we knew, like a year before 9/11, that it was going to fucking happen. It was insane. All of the world's ammo fucking sold out like a year before 9/11, because yes, CIA is behind Afghanistan in 9/11 and killed 3,000 of their own troops. One of the ways you can tell is the whole world bought all the ammo that's for sale in the world. Coming up, like maybe, I don't know, it was like, 6 months before 9/11, and during the year of it, they bought all the ammunition that was left in the world. And that's how you know war is about to start, guys. It's like one of, if not the most one of the sagest things I can teach you. The first thing I can teach you, the most valuable thing I can ever teach you, is negative emotions are like bad contracts that we sign up for willingly, that we don't need to sign up for willingly. And that's important for the future battles that are coming. You might think you need to hate somebody. You might think you need to fight somebody or hate somebody or be sad somebody exists or something like that. But no, those are all negative emotions that don't serve you, don't serve that other person, and don't benefit anybody. They're entirely worthless. Their only worth is as a warning sign that something's wrong. They're not some place that you need to live. Like, I do it all the time. I live in anger, but I spend most of my life combating living in anger. You watch me do it live on stream. I do it. I'm the angriest guy out there. I'm angrier than fucking Hitler. I don't like making the comparison, but I'm way angrier than fucking Hitler at suit dummies. I wish to do to suit dummies what Hitler did to the Jews. You know, I hate them in the same way. I don't hate them in a racist way like Hitler hated Jews. I hate suit dummies who sit around and steal from us with their predatory banking shit from Glass-Steagall and all this. And I would go to war with them the way that I went to the war with the Nazis in the World War II. I don't like them. To me, they're all the same people. Rapists, Nazis, and the right wing. They're all the same fucking people, same problems. So, anyways, how do you tell if war is actually going to start, children? Repeat after me. All the world's ammunition sells out. I've seen it before. I've seen it before like 4 times. Anybody on the right wing who's into guns will tell you the same exact thing. That's how you know that Skycat isn't fucking joshing you. He's seen wars start before. And if you need to know that a war is starting because you have a business or a family that might be put to risk because of that stupid ass shit that the right wing started, this is a secret, but it shouldn't be. Every single war is started by the right wing. They always start wars. We don't know why, they just start wars. It's the one unifying thing about them. That and fiscal conservatism. They start wars, they respect force, and they conserve money so that other people suffer. Those are the 3 things that you can absolutely count on, like death and taxes with the right wing. So anyways, moving on. All the world's ammunition will be sold. And you'll be like, what the fuck? I'm trying to buy 22 LR ammo to fire at, on our camping trip where we're going to drink a lot of beer and shoot plinking LR and stuff like this. And I know I talk like a right winger here because I'm a progressive who believes in guns because I grew up in the Colorado Rocky Mountains where you just can't really get away with that sort of shit if you intend to be up in the mountains. For instance, my friend Alyssa Heberton, she went up into the fucking mountains when she was 19. She was a geography major at fucking CU Boulder and shit, and she didn't bring a firearm or anything with her. She just went up in there to look at some fucking rocks, and this dude fucking raped and murdered her, and the cops caught him 45 minutes later. It was full-blown, they just happened to catch him. They weren't even looking for him. They pulled him over for no reason 45 minutes after he killed her, and they said they sussed something out was wrong, and they ran him, and then he like confessed to murdering and raping a student up there. And it was crazy. They caught the confession in the cop car. It was just fucking insane. Or I don't even know. I wasn't there when they did the prosecution, but that was my understanding of what happened. Maybe I have some weird jaded look of it. I don't know what happened. It's so long ago. It was like 27 years ago. But that's an example of what happens when you go to the Colorado Rocky Mountain sandbox without a firearm. I wouldn't do it. I'm at least bringing a fucking bear mace and taser. At the very least, I'm bringing bear mace and taser, but I would prefer a pistol, a shotgun, and a rifle if I really had it my way. Now, I don't own a pistol, a rifle, or a shotgun because the fucking pigs have been after me since I was 17 years old. So I don't buy or fuck with firearms ever because I know how bad a gun charge is on a motherfucker, and I'm not doing that stupid ass shit. I'm not catching a gun charge. You know what I'm saying? I'm not doing that. So I've never fucked with guns. Not because I don't like guns or I don't believe in guns or that I don't believe in gun rights. It's because I believe that the police will take that weapon away from me and use it to run a charge against me. It's really why I don't believe in guns. It's because I believe the police will just prosecute you if you own them. I'm fucking sorry, but that's actually my view. If you have a gun, you will catch a gun charge. That's in the piece of shit right-wing cocksucker reality that they turned this country into, where George Bush banned all assault weapons and all this shit. You are far more likely to have your gun taken away from you by a police officer than you are a criminal. And I really believe this is why I don't fuck with guns. I know they'll run gun charges on me. I'm the kind of scary motherfucker who sells methamphetamine and runs with meth cooks and shit and doesn't mind guns. But I don't ever fucking roll with them. I keep them in gun safes that other people own in houses nearby where I can get to them if there's a fucking crisis, but I don't want them anywhere near me because I know the pigs will fuck me in the fucking ass like they always did for everything else that I did. So I don't keep guns around me because pigs will fuck you in the fucking ass. I don't care who you are or how right-wing or gun-loving you are. If they have their way, the pigs will find some way to fuck you if you have a firearm. I'm sorry, but that's how I view it. It's sad, but it's true. It's arguments for gun rights and gun control. It's insane. But I mean, yeah, like I'm way more scared of pigs using guns to hurt me, the fact that I have a legal firearm to hurt me legally, than I am of criminals robbing me or entering my home or any of that stupid ass shit that the retard ass NRA says about Make My Day, or any of that stupid ass violent, pro-violence right-wing cocksuckery or anything like that. Let's be honest, who are you more scared of, a home invader or the police? I'm way more scared of the police. They do way more home invasions than anybody else. So whatever, that's where it is. I'm far more scared of the cops giving me a gun charge than I am of a criminal breaking in my house. I have the protection against it. I use all kinds of bear mace and tasers and shit like this, but it comes up. It comes up. So, that's where I'm at, that's where I'm at. So it's just like sort of weird. And so like gun charges are unacceptable. So we use non-lethals where I come from, because we know the pigs will fuck you for anything else. The pigs will fuck you for anything else. So, children, how do you know war is coming, right? It's because all of the 22 LR plinking ammo that you would normally buy to go shooting targets or skeet or something like that up in the mountains, that shit will all sell out, and you'll get nervous. That man thing inside of you that senses that your family might be at risk, it suddenly goes firing off in your brain, and you're like, oh my god, all of the world's ammo just sold. What does that mean? Are they all going to shoot each other? Yes, that's what it means. They're all going to shoot each other now. That's what they did with Afghanistan. They keep it centralized to a zone. I would say they're pretty good about that. They don't let the fire spread that easily. Like world wars don't happen that easily. Most countries are willing to back the fuck down because they just don't want a huge conflagration to set off that burns their country alive. So most people are looking to back down, and we love this about our fellow friends and neighboring countries and all the people that we love and do business with. They want to back down first and foremost because they don't want a world war fire spreading, and neither do we. So when somebody shoots somebody else's drone or whatever, they just admit it in the press and they go, my bad, whoopsie, you want me to pay for that or something, right? But it's like, overall, like that, we generally avoid confrontation. We try to. So how do you, what's the secret sign that shows you that war is coming? There's only one, really. All of the world's ammunition sells out. All of the world starts talking about getting conscripted and the draft and all this. That's another way that you know it's coming. All of the world starts worrying about the draft. You'll see in the news, you'll start seeing this crazy word, the draft, that scares the shit out of you because you're like 17 and you realize that they're fixing to send you to Afghanistan, or in this case it'll be Iran, I believe. They'll send you to Iran, right? And if Iran nukes us or something like that, they won't even wait until you're 18. They'll just send your ass. They don't ask first. They just send your fucking ass. They just send you. That's what happened to Vietnam. That's what that's what the draft is. Is forced conscription. It's terrifying. That's what they start doing. The three things that you can see coming when the war is coming, when real war is coming. All the world's ammunition sells out. They start talking about the draft in the media. And what's the third one? And the third thing is video games are the same way. If you go to a trade market and all of the game's ammunition is sold out, something is about to start off. If all that area's drones are suddenly bought, if 60 dudes show up and start standing around and looking nervous and smoking cigarettes and going to sleep right in front of you in bags that they just roll out on the street and shit like this, a battle is coming. You'll see this in EVE Online when a battlefield starts off in LowSec as well. 60 people show up and start standing around, and then 5 minutes later it sets off and they get to it because that's their job. That's what they do with their lives. Now, as a civilian, you might not know the signs. I've seen them before a lot, so I know the signs and I can point them out. The three things I can think of are all the world's ammunition sells out. They start talking about the draft in the media. Is when real war is about to start, right? And then the third thing is battle. And then a good indicator for a battle is about to start in your local vicinity is 60 dudes show up. They look nervous. They're half asleep and they're waiting for something to happen. And they don't say shit to you. That's the other thing. They won't say shit to you. I've seen that before too. When my high school took a trip to London when I was 15 years old, they had the IMF WTO riots on the Toms River. And it sounds crazy and specific, like I'm making up, but no, I mean, this is what happened. The day that we got in, the IMF WTO riots like set off, and like 250,000 people descended on London to the Toms River, and they started demanding that these piece of shit thieves stop running their cultural elite banks and all their bank crises and and all their stuff and their 9/11s and all this shit. And so when we got in that day, people thought that war might start between the cultural elite and all these protesters and stuff. So you could tell, like, there was a cop with an M16 at every single fucking corner. There was a cop with an M16 at every subway entrance, at the tunnel and all that stuff that they had, the underground. There was a cop just strolling every sidewalk. There was cameras every 5 feet and shit like this. And you can set it when a battle is about to set it off, and it was kind of a battle. I mean, they didn't fight each other, thank God. They stick to a peaceful march. But like, it was insane. The days that it happened, it went for like 3 days on a weekend, and we got in on like a Thursday or something like that in the summer, in June. Yeah, it was June, and like, you know, and we were stuck in a hotel, and I'll never forget it. We bought liquor from the duty free shop in the airport, and we didn't know, but we were buying Jack Daniels at triple the price. But to us, it was like they couldn't stop us from buying Jack Daniels and censoring us at the age of 15. So everybody in my entire high school bought liquor from the duty free because it was legal to do so. So the next day, we were supposed to go to a bunch of monasteries all over London, but they couldn't do it because the tunnel, or whatever they call it, the underground, was shut down. What was it? It was like what do they call that? Is it the tunnel? I forget the name. No, the tunnel's the big long one. The one in London is just called the underground. I think the underground was down. It was full blown down for 3 days. They weren't running it. They weren't letting people, like, they weren't the first day, and the second day they had it under armed guard, and it was insane. There was like dudes with M16 standing on the corner and shit. It was insane. So, you know, but the first day we were constrained to the hotel. And so we sat there in a hotel that wasn't that far from the Tom's River, but we weren't on the river, so we had to watch it on television and shit. So we were just drinking Jack Daniels in the hotel room, dodging the clever, you know, student chaperones who didn't know we were drunk all day. And we sat, my best friend and I, and like 5 other people, sat in our fucking room, our hotel room, and we watched London damn near tear itself apart. I've seen it set off in other countries, not just America. I've seen it set off where suddenly the government is considering that it might have to fight 250,000 really angry horde, and they don't want to shoot the horde. It is their fellow countrymen. So what do? They just lose. They just put down their guns, essentially. They don't fight to protect the government. They know that the horde will tear them apart. It's what happened in January 6th. Like, sure, some asshole might shoot Ashley Babbitt, but it's probably only going to be 1 to 3 very tight, very enclosed, you know, outlier situations. It's not going to be the horde and the pigs start shooting each other like Kent State or something like this. It's insane. It's never like that. It's usually a peaceful protest. Nobody wants the crazy chaos. They really don't. The protesters really don't want it, because the protesters, see, that's the thing about paid protesters and all the stupid right-wing retard cocksuckery about paid protesters and shit. No, it's really scary to go be a protester. It's kind of scary. You could die from smoke inhalation. You could get trampled by 500 people. You could get pushed down and have your bones broken and trampled by pigs with riot shields and shit like this. You could be run over. You could be abandoned in the middle of the night and trampled and shit like this. It's happened to me before. Stuff like this. It's insane. It's not safe, and it is fun, but it's not safe. It's not a safe thing to do, not really. So, but we go do it because it is our civic fucking duty. They believe that we go into it looking to burn buildings and cause chaos, like what they think fucking what they think anarchists are. But no, we're actually really, really, really against violence. We're really against it. We quash it out of our own faster than we do cops. We don't fuck with cops, but if a protester tries to be violent, we will quell it. We will tackle you. We will tase you, and we will bear mace you, because we do not want violence. That's the one thing that the right wing thinks about this ghost Antifa that they're chasing or whatever. They think we want violence. No, motherfucker. It's terrifying to go to these protests unarmed. It's terrifying. The right wing doesn't do that, but the left wing does. We show up there unarmed, and it is fucking terrifying. Sometimes you see pregnant women there, and you're like, "Oh my god, this lady's putting her child at risk and shit like this." But it's just like, but she is exercising her right. It is not illegal for her to take her pregnant ass down to exercise her right to assemble. It's not against the law. We don't want it to be. You understand? She can voice her fucking opinion too for her unborn child if she wants to. It terrifies us, but that's how against violence we are. You think that we want to burn down Portland or that we're going to burn down the Twin Cities. Fuck no, motherfucker. We are not likely to cause violence. You're the ones who shoot Ashley Babbitt, shoot fucking Nicole Renee Good and fucking, Alex Preddy and shit. You're the ones who shoot people. We don't want that shit. We want to go home to our fucking spouses, friends, and family at night. We don't want any violence at our fucking protests. That's your right-wing jack-off fucking retard fantasy, not ours. We don't run pigs with guns through the place. We run unarmed civilians with masks. We're on a Mahatma Gandhi tip. You're on a fucking Darth Vader tip, you fucking piece of shit evil empire. Pig fucking cocksuckers.
How you guys been? It's been a minute.
Anyways, gonna move on now, sorry. So anyways, yeah.
FedEx
Also,
send
Christy,
it back to her.
I mean, she's...
You think we're the violent ones. Yeah, the paid protesters. Motherfucker, they don't pay us to do this. Fucking go down there and risk our lives. I wish, motherfucker. If they paid us $1, I'd sign up and do it for the rest of my fucking life. You're weird, retard, right-wing cocksucker fucking dream it up and hope it's a reality fucking lie. It's just so far from fucking reality. It's far from reality. Trust me, if they paid us to protest, I'd be out there doing that instead of this. They don't. Your retard, right-wing lie fantasy can suck my fucking dick, pig fucking cocksuckers.
She is from South Dakota, and if you are somebody who flies into a rage because you're deprived of a heated blanket while you're traveling, that is not tough. That is not tough behavior.
She's not tough.
She is not
She's
tough.
rough.
She's a
She's
little
not
snowflake.
tough. She's rough.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, look, I have
So, there's
663
more,
million. I pulled in 663 million in the last week on faction warfare. I have found my niche. It's fucking nerds on the hypernet quite gleefully as I rob them and take their gambling money. Sitting on faction warfare, gambling while playing faction warfare in EVE Online, Final Fantasy 11 and all this shit, right? And just gambling and shit like this, and traveling back and forth to Jeddah to do my drugs. To buy my drugs. That's what my life in real life is too. I mean, it was until the pig fucking cocksuckers ruined America. It was up until 2020 when the Nazis pig fuckers fucking fucked up COVID, ruined our country, and destroyed America. That's what my lifestyle was. Same thing I'm doing in EVE Online.
Lewandowski and Gnome
Go downtown to buy some drugs.
have also been reportedly traveling.
Go up to Blackhawk, fuck some dealers out of blackjack money, Go over to the Silver Reef and fuck some dealers out of blackjack money or whatever. It's go downtown, buy some drugs, and go do my political faction warfare against the piece of shit pig fucking cocksucker retard right.
In style in a luxury 737 MAX jet. I do not know where this comes from. With a private cabin leased by the Department of
Pig fucking bootlicking suit dummy piece of shit cocksucker worthy of mockery right. Christo fascist Sith. It fits all of it. I wouldn't say it if it didn't. Those are all perfect outliers. Sorry, not perfect outlier. Perfect descriptors. Excuse me.
Homeland Security. The department is in the process of acquiring
Nazis.
a plane for $70 million.
Yeah.
Good to know.
So the
that
war will start because the right wing wants it, and we're scared they're about to start it with Iran, like on the 23rd or whatever it is, like coming up here in 4 days. The internet has announced that they think that the war is going to set off here in like 4 days and shit. And we don't know. I hope they're wrong, but we don't know. So just, if you want to know, take a look at all the world's ammo. Is it sold out? Then war is coming, yeah.
even in her big time role, Christy has been able to
I'm sorry,
continue
by
pursuing
sold
her
out, it's sold out is kind of a blanket term. What I mean by that is you go to your local family shooting center. I've always loved that title, Family Shooting Center, which is a place where families can go to shoot guns. It's not a place you go to shoot families, but the words that they use on the sign can be misleading. You go to the Family Shooting Center, you ask them, hey, can I get a box of LR? And they go, yeah, that'll be $550. And you're like, but I'm used to paying $5. And they're like, no, that'll be $550. That's how you know the war is coming. It's happened to me before. Excuse me. Hello? Yep, BRT. BRB. Gotta go help my mom. Not very long, like 5 minutes, something like that. So we'll just, yeah, what am I doing here? I'm captured. I can dock up. I will charge my headphones while I step upstairs. I'm sorry, guys. Had a distraction. I'll be right back. Gonna go dock up safely. I'm gonna go to another tree. Make lots of money while I'm gone. You guys can watch me make money while I'm gone. I'll be right back.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Okay, guys, I'm sorry. I am informed that I have to go to town, and I lost control of my afternoon, so I can go shuffle baby boomer shit around. I will be back here in like an hour or something, 45 minutes. I don't really know. It will be fast, though, because it's like a 20-minute trip each way. It's not too bad. But unfortunately, I did lose control of my afternoon here, and I'm terribly sorry. Every single day, it's as long as it's everybody else gets what they need, it's par for the course. I love you guys. I lost my stream. I'm sorry about this. It happens all the time. I don't have control over my own life. I just shuffle baby boomer shit around. So here we go. I'm gonna go do that. I love you guys. Okay, hi guys, I'm back. What's up? It's 4:03 p.m. I lost about an hour though, but that wasn't too bad, and I'm back at it. Why can't we do anything? Here we go. Copper ingots 5301. Let's take a look at the price of mithril ingots. Goldsmithing, or is that, oops, need you to sort. Mithril ore. Mithril ore is 7,800 a pop. Mithril ingot is 40K. It's worth it. Let's go see what mithril beast coins are at. That was correct, right? No, beast made. Mithril beast coins are 7,800. Now I want to bid 7K. Just to see if I get it. No. What about 75? Or 73? 73? 75? 75? Nope. $76. 77. No, they really want to sell this at 78. So, okay. 78. 78. I can't get it for 78. Well, then go back to... Or what about gold? I should also look at gold too. I mean, what's gold ingot right now compared to gold ore? Gold ingot is 87,000. Gold ore is like 20K. So yeah, you could make 7K a thing of gold ore. Chunk of gold ore. It's a bad... I mean, that's a lot, actually, because you only get 4... Yeah, so, no, that's not a good deal. This is like a loser market. Never mind. So, we'll go buy mithril ore at 77. $77. 77. 77. 77. Hi, kitty. You want to come see me? You want to sit on my lap? Oh. You want to sit on my lap, kitty? Hey, I'm distracted, but yeah. What are you doing, kitty? Hello. I love you, sissy. Yeah. Oh, you want some love? No, I don't want you on my chest right now. You can sit on my lap. Yeah. Good kitty. Not on my chest. Laps are better for kitties. Chests are more for breathing. Good kitty. Such a good kitty. $78. I'm gonna burn down to 1.2 and just see how much money I can make off this. 78. 78. 78. 78. I want to just buy all the things I want. 78. 78. 78. 78. 70. 70. Ugh, god damn it. Fucking keyboard. I hate analog keyboards. I don't want them anymore, maybe. 7800. You know, I have a really good Logitech keyboard that I actually like more than this. That's like half the price of this Royal Kludge that doesn't have any problems like this computer does, or this keyboard does. Yeah, we'll do 3 more. 78. 78. Okay, and there we go. Now we will buy fire clusters and set in for a long haul of crafting. Fire clusters, 39 grand. Oof. What? I mean, gotta spend money to make money. 39 grand. 39 grand. Okay, now we're gonna pop fire crystals. 1 stack. 2 stack. 3 stack. 4 stack. Oops. 5 stack. 6 stacks of fire crystals. I should have just bought 6 singles. It would have been cheaper. I'm dumb. I'm lazy. It's not that I'm dumb, I'm lazy. They're not the same thing. I'm lazy is not dumb. It's a separate motivation. Dumb is ignorance. Lazy is lazy. Just not willing to do the work. Alright, we're just going to come on in here. We're going to take a nice goldsmithing buff. Fatima. What? 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 Because you're not... What do you mean? Did you fix things here? You changed the database a little bit? Where's the advanced... Oh, it's circular, huh? You are not offering advanced... Join the Goldsmith Guild. I have to rejoin the Goldsmith Guild? Okay. Well, I got a free fire crystal. There you go. Okay, there's my advanced. I'm going to take a fire crystal here and run 4 mithril ore. Then I will boil mithril like all day, just see if I can make some good bucks. You are not letting me alt tab for some fucking reason. I don't know why. It's because the keyboard's fucked up again, and I'm sick of this keyboard, and I'm never going to buy another one of these. It constantly causes me problems every single day, and I'm fucking sick of it now. Yep. This keyboard constantly causes me problems. It was unwise to buy it. I wish I could return it. But it's not a bad keyboard for my bedroom. It's okay for a bedroom keyboard, you know, but for main work keyboard, this keyboard sucks too much. It's way too bad. I do something where I get my control keys stuck. I don't know how I do it. I just rest my hand on it or something dumb. I don't really know. Oh, good. There's no enemies in the system. Let's take advantage. Kitty.
Warp drive active.
Kitty is so awesome. I love Kitty. Kitty's the best.
Warp drive active.
There's a mod I don't have. I think it's called timers. Oh, no one here. Maybe a little bit of sound, like one. Two. Oh, my good kitty.
Passion for traveling extravagantly on taxpayer dollars. A DHS spokeswoman said this plane is used for both cabinet-level travel and deportations and is allegedly cheaper than military aircraft for deportations. I'm going to tell you this. 6 years, however many years of my life, any cabinet secretary that wanted to use a plane had to get my approval. I have signed more forms approving people's planes. None of this makes sense. I don't understand how a luxury 737 is cheaper than military aircraft for deportations, which is like a C-17 with like a harness on the inside. Do you know what I mean? It's really dispiriting. And if you look at like back when we were in the administration, Tim Geithner, Treasury Secretary, famous for flying coach. Just flew coach. People, when they needed planes, it was like a big deal. It was a very hard to reach place. It wasn't their mode of transportation for anybody but the Secretary of Defense, Secretary of State still had to come to me and ask for planes, which normally had to be deconflicted with the Vice President's travel. I mean, it's like, they're like net jets that they're running out of this government is insane.
Are they, like, here's something that I seriously, first of all, have you ever turned someone down? Someone like was like, I need a jet, and you're like, no jet for you.
Yes.
Did you get into like arguments with people who are like, but I need this jet?
Well, here's the thing. I'll say this about myself.
She was a quartermaster?
When I make a decision, I know I have every leg to stand on, so I would welcome reclama. I'd be like, no, please, explain to me again. And they would, well, you know, I didn't think so.
Oh my gosh. I've never seen that side of you, Alyssa. And
I know.
I'm glad, because I don't ever want to see that side of you. You know, something I'm wondering is like, is MAGA like okay with this? Are they like, yeah, let's pool our resources so that Kristi Noem can get finger banged on a jet? Like what?
They can't be. This is crazy. Like because here's the difference. MAGA's okay with it if they think you earned it, right? Like in some way, like in a way, they rationalize the Trump of it all because they're like, he earned it. He's a businessman. She hasn't earned this. She's grifting off of taxpayers. And I think they see that.
She's been doing this since she was the governor of South Dakota. Mm-hmm. Like for a good time, well, for a medium good time. I guess it's not that good of a time. But you can go to the Reddit South Dakota page, and the people on Reddit South Dakota page hate Kristi Noem. Molten hot hatred of Kristi Noem, and they're sort of like very irked that the national media didn't really amplify what a grifter she was as governor of South Dakota when she was in power. It's sort of as though they operated when she was not like given this nomination as though she were like a semi-normal nominee. And she was compared to some of the wackos that Donald Trump...
Compared to like the Matt Gaetzes of the world.
Right, exactly. But still, she was like, the fact that she's doing this shouldn't be a surprise given her track record. She never was like trying to do the right thing. She was always just like doing whatever she wanted, and then just sort of when confronted just stood there dead-eyed repeating talking points like she doesn't understand what's happening. But
free
it's
trips
like,
and free teeth. Right?
Yeah.
Didn't she get free teeth? Didn't they like repost her?
Yes,
Oh
and we made a video of it. We made
Jesus.
a remix, a dance remix of her teeth. My teeth, my beautiful teeth, my beautiful teeth, my teeth. Everything about this woman is fake. Everything about this woman is a grift. It's super weird that Corey Lewandowski is a special government employee. That's her manstress.
Hi, kitty.
Like it's just so. It is all so weird, and it is all such a grift. I really think
What's wrong, kitty?
that when Democrats take back power, if they even can, because who knows at this point, like, is the goose cooked? I don't know.
Fingers crossed.
I don't know. But if we can take it back, I really think that we have to learn from moments in history when we didn't like absolutely crush the people that were betraying this country. Like she should have this like clawed back. Like the personal enrichment needs to be physically clawed back. Like we need, in order to prevent us from falling into this oligarchy, like Russia style, with Kristi Noem essentially being essentially America's Boris.
I want an audit of all of her trips, and then a bill.
I want lapel cams. I know people thought I've been crazy for saying this for years. I do want lapel cams on the cops more than I do the politicians, but just as much, I'd say, about as much as I want lapel cams on cops, I want lapel cams on politicians. If they're riding on first class, they better have a lapel cam linked to fucking like Democracy Not Now or whatever that shows us that they're in first, they're in like, and if they're in the capacity of the job, they have to keep the lapel cam on, Because I don't trust them. I think they're in back rooms selling out to foreign interests and lobbies and shit like this. I trust the politicians about as much as I do the cops.
To her from the federal government with how much she owes.
I was like, I want lapel cams on these politicians now. To my best friend, I texted it to him, and I know he didn't like really what I said, because he didn't respond. But I don't care. I want lapel cams on the fucking politicians. I think they're that crooked. I think they're all criminal.
In reimbursements
like
for
the cops.
what was all ostensibly personal travel
No, there's good cops out there and there's good politicians, but it's rare.
She billed to the taxpayer.
I mean, it's all personal travel. She's traveling
Of course
with
it is.
her lover. There's this weird, like, she's traveling for photo ops. It's all about her own self-promotion. It's just not, it's not justifiable as an expense that's shouldered by the masses. And then also, like, Trisha McLaughlin announced that, well, she didn't announce, but it news broke that she quit. She's just this, like, contemptible spokesperson for DHS. And I am so worried. I'm not the only person to say this, but I'm sure she is going to try to appear on mainstream media or, like, appear on The View or like...
Oh, yeah. It's a matter of time.
Girl, you've got so much penance to do before you're allowed to profit a penny off of whatever caused you to leave. And I really think that, like, I feel like for the rest of my life, people need to hold these people accountable. And, like, I don't necessarily mean throwing them in prison. Some of them should be in prison. But I mean, like, being like, no.
You don't have a job anymore. You don't get to sell us out anymore. You don't have a position here anymore. Good night, good day, sir or madam. I don't wish to put you in jail necessarily. You just didn't do your job.
Profit from this.
So you're fired.
You do not get to start. You do not get to
There is 8 billion people on this planet. We can't find another competent fucking whatever Chrissy Noem does. I don't care.
Wiped clean. The slate is, you colored on the slate with permanent marker.
Yeah.
You know, like, it's maybe not completely colored in, but it's got a lot of marks on it, and a lot of them can't go away. Ugh, God, Chrissy Noem, what an idiot. All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, more news. Hysteria is brought to you by Jones Road Beauty. I don't hate makeup, but...
Okay, I think I got everything I need out of this. No, wait, no. I want them to talk about the affair.
Check out. And welcome back. You're listening to Hysteria, the podcast that will one day be broadcast over a landline or available on VHS.
Oh my God, take me back to my roots.
We're pivoting to
We're like watching another streamer, and I'm going to change it.
I find myself always leveling a character of some sort. Yes, I think leveling is the game. I think the experiences and memories that we have from leveling is what makes WoW so memorable for a lot of people.
I don't think it's the
I won't
raids.
speak for anyone else but myself. It's what made WoW so memorable for me, and it's why I've come back time after time again over all these years. It's the leveling, 100%. Like, it's not even close. I enjoy the leveling and being in this world and going through that process more than anything. It's why I'm still playing this game nowadays. It's not because of raid logging to run Molten Core. That's not why I love WoW. No. Not even a little bit. In fact, raid logging is why I ultimately get bored and quit in the end. Everything prior to that and the experience of going and actually spending time in the world, that's what's memorable, and that's what I enjoy. You're literally saying the same thing Kungan says? Oh, does he? I think it's true for a lot of people. Endgame is very important, but if you don't have something to get people invested in the world, I don't think it even matters how good your endgame is. And I think a lot of MMOs have strayed away from making leveling be time-consuming to their detriment, honestly. I'm not saying that you should make it take 300 hours just for the sake of it. If you're having a good experience in that process, that's what kind of cements you in that world and makes that space memorable. Like I said earlier, there's a lot of modern MMOs that we play, and I'm in and out of a zone in an hour, and I have zero connection to that zone because I didn't spend any time in it. Again, all the time you spent in Stranglethorn Vale, all the time you spend in the Barrens. That's what makes those zones memorable. It's not just because, like, they designed the hills in a really good way, and oh, they put the questing hub here right by the river. That was so amazing. No, you spent a lot of fucking time there. You know, you can spend from 30 to 40 in Stranglethorn Vale, and so many people have fond memories of Stranglethorn Vale because they spent so much damn time there, and in that time, they had so many different experiences that formed memories. So you have a good baseline game, you have an interesting world, and you don't blitz through that world.
It's the drop rates. They drive me crazy. I've done it so many times before. The drop rates are terrible.
And I understand it. Like, oh, no, nobody wants to level
Zazil's poison or whatever.
Maybe they
that
actually
shit
do.
is so bad. Zanziel's poison or whatever. Ugh, STV. Ooh, Nightingale news.
Hello, everyone. Welcome
Yeah,
back
you guys are weird. I like your style.
to our next Dev Bites from Inflection Games. I'm Aaron Flynn, CEO here at Inflection.
And I'm Neil Thompson, our director and head of audio.
Yeah, it's been a while since one of these. It's a cold February day here in Edmonton. Happy to say that Canada has advanced to the semifinals at Olympic hockey after an absolute nail biter with Czechia. Amazing, amazing game. Watched it this morning. I also saw the U.S. has advanced as well against Sweden, so good for the U.S. Just some phenomenal hockey being played. The Olympics have overall just amazing this year. It's been so good to watch. And yeah, I hope you all get to enjoy them and get to participate in them and get to appreciate them. So with that, next news.
Still don't understand hockey.
Yeah, I mean, you're Canadian. Neil's actually Canadian citizen, believe it or not. So he is a Canadian citizen now, as well as being English.
Although I think they're going to rescind that based upon that.
Yeah, so now that you're alive on that, they've got you recording saying that. That's probably not very good. Okay, but it is the second anniversary of Nightingale's launch.
It is. Happy
yeah?
second anniversary, Realm Walkers, I think. And
Happy second anniversary. I love your game.
it's certainly it's hard to believe that it's been 2 years since we launched Nightingale.
Yeah.
So much has happened in that time. Some of it good, some of it not so great. But here at Inflection, we have persisted. We have survived.
Yeah, we have, and it's been a pretty crazy. Just even since the Christmas break, we've actually grown a little bit. Some new folks have joined us, which is awesome to see. We've been working on 2 new projects along with a little bit of Nightingale, and we'll talk about that in a second. But it's been good. I feel really happy about things. I think we're really enjoying the work, and the team's enjoying the work that we're doing. But the industry remains a wild ride, and we'll be off to GDC soon to go and talk to more people about that. And we might give one more dev update probably after GDC. But yeah, second anniversary, crazy to think about. So a little bit of news on the second anniversary stuff. First of all, our update is now live. We actually have been working on an update. It's a smaller update, to be fair. Lots of balance tweaks, lots of little bug fixes in there as we've been doing that, working on other projects. But we're happy with it, and it's a nice thing to always get out there and keep, constantly thinking about Nightingale and how to make it better. And then maybe in more kind of interesting news, if you're playing multiplayer, is we now support crossplay between the Epic Game Store and Steam, which is nice. You might have noticed that about 5 months ago, we went as the free game on the Epic Game Store. Thanks so much to Epic for supporting us in that. And we had a lot of people download and try out Nightingale, like millions and millions of people. And that was awesome, but we didn't have crossplay enabled for that. So we do now, and so if you still have it for Epic Game Store, you're able to play with your Steam friends if that's what you choose, and that's available now. So I hope you enjoyed playing it that way too.
Yeah, and more excited.
Able to play with your Steam friends if that's what you choose, and that was awesome. But we didn't have crossplay enabled for that. So we do now, and so if you still have it for Epic Game Store, you're able to play with your Steam friends if that's.
Oh, I wish the Epic Game Store. Yeah, it was cool that they gave you. I thought it was really truly brave, and I loved it.
What you choose, and that's available now. So I hope you enjoyed playing it that way too.
Yeah, and more exciting news. As of tomorrow, it will be 80% off. So there we go.
Yeah, it's our better time to jump into 80% off. It's our biggest discount ever. We thought, what better way to say thank you to all of our fans who've supported us by letting you tell your friends there's no better time to jump into the game now, 80% off. We've been talking to some folks around the industry, and they've had some success doing these really deep discounts, and so we're keen to try it too and see how it goes. But if you haven't picked it up or you hear about it, hopefully 80% off is the right threshold for you, and you're excited to give it a try at that amount of money.
It's a lot of game for that stuff.
It is a lot of game, yeah. And that's just the way of things nowadays. As games reach this point in their life cycle, you want to get more people to try them, you got a discount. But Steam's supporting us in that too, which is awesome. So we'll see a bit of placement on that too, which will be really cool. And thanks again to Steam for that. Yeah, that's almost it for our update. Of course, we still very much believe in Nightingale. We've loved our time on it, and we love thinking about more adventures we can do with Puck and the crew in Nightingale. We're just keen to wrap up these projects that we're working on, solidify those things, and then definitely get back to it and think of how we're gonna take Nightingale to its next evolution.
Yeah, and I think a lot of these tweaks and bug fixes that we do we call them small releases, but I think they're really important because Nightingale, as it sits, is a complete game. You can start and complete Nightingale within Nightingale City, and I think a lot of the tweaks that we've done and just ease out some of those friction points that players have had along the way, and I think they're super important. They're as vital as any kind of new content would be. To a game like Nightingale. When we do these dev bites, obviously we look at the comments and how they're received. People talk about, we talk about the challenges of the games industry, and I think it's super important that we absolutely believe in Nightingale, and we believe that it has a future. But the commercials and realities of game development are that we have to support the studio, right, and we have to do what's required to ensure that our developers, are paid, right, for what they do. So while we focus on these other projects in the short term, Nightingale remains as a beacon of light for the future. I think is, we're very passionate about the IP of Nightingale. We think there are so many more stories to tell within those realms, and we're looking forward to the opportunities to be able to do that again.
Yeah, well said. I can't add much to that, Neil. I totally agree with you. It's exciting to think about what we could do in 2026, getting back to Nightingale as we wrap up the projects. Absolutely. Okay, so with that, stay warm out there, folks. If you live in a cold climate, hope you had a good start to your 2026. We're feeling good about it, and otherwise we will see you in sometime the next little while. So thanks again from me, fans. We really appreciate it, and from everyone else here at Inflection Games, thank you so much.
What's up, Hoarders? Today we're talking about Monsters and Memories. They just had another open playtest this past weekend, and I hope you guys got a chance to play just like I did. They had originally announced that the test was going to run for at least 8 hours, and then pretty shortly into that 8-hour test, they announced that the servers would be open all weekend until midday on Monday. So that was an awesome little surprise that I wasn't expecting, but I'm very grateful for. I got a lot more time to dive into the game and test new things and try things out that I wouldn't have otherwise. So thank you, devs, and I hope everyone had a good time too. Anyway, this time, I didn't want to just do the same thing. I didn't want to continue my other character. I wanted to try out something totally different. I had originally hoped to play a Shadow Knight because Shadow Knights sound awesome. They sound right up my alley. But I also wanted to try out the other starter area, Phalindril, the City in the Trees. As you can see on screen here, I ended up doing Phalindril, City in the Trees. Unfortunately, some of the classes, well, I think a lot of the classes are race locked, where, like, for instance, I couldn't be an elf that's a Shadow Knight. So, and the starting zones are also race locked. So I don't think there were any races.
Didn't you do better graphics than this?
I could have been to start in the city of.
Because it's like, man, you're shooting low. You couldn't at least equalize like WoW retail graphics. I don't know.
The trees and also be a Shadow Knight. So that was a little bit disappointing. I ended up going with a wood elf.
No, guys, the graphics starts to be a turnoff for me because I already have a retro game that looks good. See the retro game? It looks good. It plays in, it'll play in 120 frames per second. It looks way, way better than that game, in my opinion. It really does. It looks way better. If you go outside, sorry, my fucking piece of shit keyboard constantly gives me fucking issues. I'm done with this keyboard. I liked it at first, but no, the amount of bullshit that you have to go through to keep this keyboard running all the time is insane. It's so dumb. You have to do all these stupid button combinations all the time. Reset it with control space when it constantly fucks up and you can't stop it. Maybe you press control Q for whatever reason. That fucks it up. I don't know. It's so dumb. So, now, yeah, if you go outside and look outside on Final Fantasy XI, you will see a game, if I zoom out, and it's in Toon right now, which is like a mod, so it looks different. I could also make it look like much more sharper than this with a better frame rate. I don't know, Toon's frame rate fucking chugs. Like, maybe it's because I don't have the FPS meter? I don't know what's going on. I can't see the FPS meter. No, that's not it. That doesn't fix it. And I don't have an FPS readout like I normally do, and I don't know why. Should be in the top left corner of the screen, but anyways, if you look around and I scan 360, you will understand that this game, it looks better. Like, they have to be better than Final Fantasy 11 or I won't play them. This is how Pantheon is. This one, Monster Memories, I'm going to skip this one. I'm excited for Wayward Realms, but I'm scared they're going to make the graphics bad, but the concepts are so good, we don't know. But that's what they said about Ashes. I bet it's all a scam like Ashes, too. So... like, you know, so, and these graphics aren't great. They're from 2003 on the PlayStation 2, but they're still better than these graphics.
Shaman instead.
These graphics are fucking terrible. They look worse than PlayStation 2. They're looking like PlayStation 1.
I don't typically play casters, so I thought this would be a change of pace for me.
2 could be sped up with the right frame rate, and it translates well to the modern age. Like, PlayStation 2 had a good chipset. 1 did not, and this game looks like it's from the PlayStation 1 era. They do that stuff on purpose, too. It's not like the Unreal Engine can't give them good graphics. They do this shit on purpose for some reason.
And see how it goes.
It's to maintain frame rate, but I mean, nobody's gonna play the game. What do you need the frame rate for?
Anyway,
they're gonna look at this and they're gonna be like, Jesus Christ, this looks like the Game Boy Color.
The zone here.
It looks like the Game Boy Color. It does.
Is as expected.
It reminds me of, like, you know, Secret of Mimish Cap or whatever. No, that's the wrong title. I'm thinking of a different title, but yeah,
very different from the desert.
Look, and also this looks exactly like Pantheon: Rise of the Fallen. Pantheon didn't do well. Pantheon's got like 500 players. So why would you just remake Pantheon: Rise of the Fallen? It's the exact same thing, I think.
Pretty cool. You see, I just wrote up.
Are you guys using Game Maker engines? Because it kind of looks like you are.
The lift into town here. The town looks
sure,
like
the frame rate's great. It's solid, like WoW, but it doesn't look good.
Absolutely.
Isn't this Pantheon: Rise of the Fallen? This is exactly how Pantheon looks when you started, too. You're up in some crazy fucking treehouse thing with all these winding stairs to go nowhere that's way too long to walk anywhere.
Treehouse made.
Like, it's way too long. Like, okay, if you have to go over to see that NPC up there where that sign is, it is like a 10-minute walk. Why would you? I mean, this is no different. This game's no different. I shouldn't complain about that. This game is no different. To go from me to the auction house, it is like a 3-minute walk. Like, I'm gonna pop a sprint just to do it because it takes a while, right? And I'll go do it. Well, no, I'm going to go get back to crafting again. Look, you took my mouse off the fucking screen and the keyboard fucked up again. I hate this keyboard. Oh, the keyboard. On the first, I'm going to buy a new keyboard. Fucking piece of shit. I need a keyboard to just work. You constantly think I'm trying to set it to some different mode. And if I'm able to do that, you made it way too easy to change the mode on the keyboard. And I hope the Royal Clutch dies. And that's the problem. I keep constantly changing off its mode so that my keyboards like arrow keys don't work. So I can't scroll menus and shit like this. So I'm constantly pressing like function Q or control space or function space or whatever it is to get the keyboard back to fucking rein in. It shouldn't ever change off mode unless I told it to. Why do you make it fucking easy enough for me to do that? Control enter for some reason. I don't know why, but for some reason I keep hitting function. Sorry, it's function enter. For some reason I keep hitting function enter by mistake. If you hold down function and you do the wrong button, it locks that button so you can't use that button anymore, which is so stupid. Why? Why would anybody want to turn a fucking key on their keyboard off? I think that because they want you to block caps lock, they thought it would be cool to just block all the keys on the keyboard. But no, if you accidentally press function and a letter like you're trying to do a macro, it just locks that letter until you hard unlock it again. It's great options, but why would I ever shut a key off? Like even caps lock, I do want to shut caps lock off, but it's the only one. All the rest of them I use. So I don't know, fucking keyboard problems. I thought Royal Clutch was a really good keyboard when I first got it. Now I'm just like, no, learning it, and it constantly switches modes. We don't know why, but it just does. It switches modes when you don't tell it to. It shuts the lights off all the time. Do you see how the lights are off? Like, I've never had a colored keyboard that just turns its goddamn lights off like this, and it's constantly out of fucking battery. It did not come with a good battery. It's already out of battery so much. I have to press control bracket to get the fucking lights to go bright again. again all the time. I have to press this thing to, like, this keyboard sucks so bad. It was cheap, but it's not like it's a bad keyboard. It's just there's a bad nerd trying to give you too many options that break the keyboard. It's not like the keyboard's bad. The keyboard's not bad. The nerds who designed it are bad. God damn it, it did it again. It's locked me again. I can't use my fucking keyboard. It's driving me crazy. Why can't I use my fucking arrow keys? You're so annoying. See, and I'm done. I'm done with this keyboard. I will use it for 10 days more. I will retire it to my bedroom where I use it for like 4 minutes a night to dial up porn or some movie or something. And Alt-Tab. That's it. This keyboard's being retired. This worthless piece of shit. I've been fucking done hassling with this stupid piece of shit. It's caused me deaths and losses, too. It's caused me some deaths and losses, and that's entirely unacceptable. At that point, why make the keyboard if you're that fucking stupid? You can't keep the keyboard set on the settings that I like. You constantly turn off my fucking arrow keys. You constantly force me to press function. You turn off the lights on the keyboard all the time, probably because it's wireless. If you can't get a battery that lasts longer than 7 hours, why put a battery in a keyboard then, you fucking idiot? I guess it's so, like, the 7 hours that you're on an airplane, I guess, or something, but the keyboard's too big for an airplane. It's too big for an airplane. This keyboard is like the size of a piece of paper. Like it's the size of half of a piece of paper. It's really too big for an airplane. It would take up the entire fucking tray of the, it's not 8.5, 11. It's like 4 by 11. And it is like 4 by 11 or something. It's almost a foot long. This thing's too big for, like, I guess, but I mean, no, it's too big for like an airplane keyboard. So why would you make this keyboard wireless if the fucking battery dies in 6 hours? Just don't put a battery in it then at that fucking point. If it won't even last an entire session, don't put the fucking battery in it or whatever. You're fucking stupid, you worthless piece of shit developers. And your fucking personal problems that you pass on to the fucking consumer as passing the cost of business on to the consumer is fucking stupid. Sure, the keyboard's cheap because it was made by a retard.
At first, but I was surprised with, after a day, I pretty much knew my way
I
around.
read the reviews and I was scared of this, and they were like, no, it's a great little functional keyboard that never breaks or any, or whatever. And I was like, oh, good. But no, I want to go back there and write a review on the Amazon purchase I made where it's like, no, this keyboard constantly shuts off its lights, constantly changes fucking functions. It's very easy to press the fucking power key on the power key and the mode switch on the back off. They're really jutting out. So if you move the keyboard at all, it just turns the fucking, it turns your keyboard off. It's so fucking annoying. It catches, like, if you move the keyboard at all, if you put it to somewhere other than like a fucking cubicle sat on a desk, if you move it at all anywhere, it shuts the keyboard off. It's so stupid. It runs out of battery in 6 fucking hours. It's nice and clunky and real solid. I think the design doesn't bother me at all. The keyboard itself doesn't bother me, but all the fucking settings that I wouldn't use in the first place, I would never turn my arrow keys off, and I can use function to get the secondary functions on the keys, but they want you to switch mode whenever you want to use arrows or whatever. I mean, you don't have to, but it's like fucking dumb, you fucking idiot. I'm not gonna keep buying your Royal Clutch keyboard. You don't know how to design the software. It's not the keyboard, it's the software. Or not the software, but the macros. You don't know how to write this keyboard's macros correctly. You're fucking stupid, and you hardwired it into the fucking keyboard. So it'll never be worth more than $30. If your keyboard was good, it could raise in value up to like $85 or something, and they're like, well, it's still cheaper than a $120 analog keyboard, And it works great, and it's got all the options, and it's smaller than your average keyboard and all that. And, and it would work, but then you put it behind a wall of your software developer incompetence, and then I never use your product again because you're a stupid piece of shit like Bill Gates, and it wouldn't surprise me if you rape children. You're probably an orange turd face, and you run this corporation company, Royal Clutch, over there in Taiwan or something like that, and I'm sure you fucking suck. I'm sure you suck because you put this keyboard behind all of your personal problems. I'm sure you suck at life. I think you suck at design. I'm dead serious. I don't care if you're foreign or don't speak English or whatever. It doesn't change the fact that you're fucking incompetent. That's not okay in your culture, particularly. You are incompetent. This keyboard is incompetent. Royal Clutch sucks dick.
Around this maze, you're just seeing bridges and ladders and spirals and stuff everywhere. And
how many times do I complain every day about this keyboard? That's ending here in like 9 days. Fucking buying keyboards isn't cheap, so I'm gonna go buy like a $30 keyboard, and I'm just gonna retire to. You want to see my old keyboard? No, I threw it away. I think because it's not working, which is so sad. But I should have wrote down which one it is. I like it's like a flat, very quiet keyboard that doesn't have analog keyboard issues. Like, you ever had analog keyboard issues? Like, you're trying to type a sentence quickly, but because it's an analog keyboard, it thinks that you missed the button press, but no, you're just typing quickly. And I can't stand that anymore. Whenever I type, almost every 3 words or something, I have a letter missing. It's not like I'm misspelling. It's because the fucking keyboard sucks dick. And all the nerds know. They don't lecture me about my spelling because they know that I'm using a mechanical keyboard that can't get the entirety of every letter of the full sentence typed for some fucking reason. I'm done with analog. The only reason I went analog is because I heard idiot Rust players clacking away on their analog keyboard. And I was like, why do you guys use those loud keyboards? And they're like, when you're walking around on the top of a base and you're tiptoeing and you don't want to fall, analog keyboard is a lot better for doing jumps and getting across like beams and small stuff. It's good for platforming, and it's very definite for like Minecraft so that you don't fall off the edge of stuff into lava and stuff like that. And that's why people use analog keyboards. And I was like, that's cool if you're bad. If you're good, you don't need that. And I'm done with analog keyboards. I don't need them. I'm not gonna fall off the wall like that. Remember when the idiot stream sniper fell out of the fucking tower? Fucking idiot. The analog keyboard didn't save him. You know what I'm saying?
It's very overwhelming at first, but it's awesome. And I didn't play.
That was the dumbest thing I've ever seen somebody do. They're like there on this elaborate fucking base thing where they're trying to trick me into believing that they're not the stream snipers, and I'm just not that dumb. They're dumb for assuming I'm that dumb. And then they take me to the top of their tower and they give me a base tour, which is so dumb. I absolutely could have raided them within a day at that point. But I was just like, no. And while we're up there at the top of the tower, fucking idiot, room temperature Ronaldo, he falls out of the fucking tower and he dies. And it was so dumb. They're like on some like insider kick trying to inside me or something, trying to get me on their team or some dumb shit. Some what do they call this? It's like it's like a social scam. What are those called when they trick you socially? I can't remember the name of it. But they're like on there like on a social trick. And in the middle of it, he just derails the entire thing by falling out of the fucking tower. I knew who they were and what they were doing. It was insane. I was just like, tell me more about this tower from people that I've never met before. You don't seem sus or anything like that. And they're like showing me the tower and how proud they are of it. It was a really bad tower. And he included, right as they were showing it to me, he fell out of the fucking tower and hit the fucking beach. And we hear this voice from down in the beach. And he's like, guys, can you come pick me up? I fell out of the tower. And it's so fucking dumb. It was so dumb. It completely, like it just, I understood forever after that it was just a clown that I'm dealing with, you know?
The original ever.
Not that I ever respected them in the first place, but I think most people, if they're forced to deal with somebody long enough, they end up respecting that thing or that force or that person. They just respect that force because it's in their lives for a long time or whatever. But at that point, I was just like, no, these are the actions of a clown that I should never, ever, ever respect, or I'll lose valuable seconds of my life. And all doubt was removed. I was like, maybe it's somebody actually there behind the keyboard. No, it's not. It's a fucking idiot who falls out of towers with an analog keyboard.
I'm assuming there was some city like this
when it really, really is like the most embarrassing it possibly could be.
The original EverQuest, and the reason I'm assuming
and I don't let him live it down because he swatted me and shit like this, and I don't care how if it makes them angry or anything like this. I don't fucking care. I'm gonna make fun of them about this. Is how you take care of right wingers. You mock them. They can't handle it. It's coming up on these YouTube videos that we watch every day quite a lot. How do you take the fucking idiot right wing down a notch? You mock them. They can't handle it.
Is because I have played Pantheon Rise and the Fallen, and they have
fucking idiots who fall out of towers. That's all the good they're worth. Idiots who try to build walls.
With the exact same thing. You got the Elven City.
What do we say to Trump having the Mexicans build the wall? Show me a fucking wall, and I'll show you a 5-year-old with a shovel with 8 hours, and I'll sap your fucking idiot, retard, low IQ, piece of shit, room temperature Ronaldo wall. Fuck your fucking wall, you fucking idiot. And everybody else in the world knew it too. They know because idiot human beings have been trying to build Great Walls of China for a long time, and really a lot more smart, intelligent cultures just dig under the wall in 5 minutes. Consult the border wall. Consult the U.S. border, you know? It's just like, yeah, you show me a wall, I'll take charts and graphs, and I'll show the world how low your IQ is, you fucking idiot. Go build your wall and see if the Mexicans will build your fucking wall. Remember how stupid that was? Jesus Christ. It's like that other idiot falling off a wall. Falling off a tower. It's that dumb. It's
bring this to Pantheon,
fucking asinine.
And I've got to say,
while they're trying to run what do they call that when a scam artist pretends to catfish or whatever, and like to totally like, and they socially finesse you. They're like finesse scams. I think that's what they call it. They were like trying to finesse scam me, and it was like basically working until he fell out of the tower, which is so goddamn bad. It's the worst I've ever seen somebody be.
Pantheon was like me not being a carpenter.
So is he playing Pantheon or is he playing Monsters and Memories? Because it looks like Pantheon Rise of the Falling to me. And Pantheon is a bad game.
Back and built a treehouse.
Are we looking at a Monsters and Memories video or are we watching Pantheon?
Be like the Pantheon.
Because it looks like the exact same game.
Be in the trees. This one was like a professional architect went through and designed and built everything. This city was so much more complex and in-depth than the one in Pantheon. It really blows the Pantheon one out of the water. No,
it doesn't. Teldrassil in 2003 blew this out of the fucking water, and it's a quarter as complex too. But no, Teldrassil blows this out of the water 23 years ago. Why should I buy it in 2026? I'm sick of these fucking software developers who think that I'm going to go back to 1996 gameplay mechanics and fucking graphics. Like I'm going to be happy about that. I'm not happy to look at these graphics. I'm not happy to go back to EverQuest era of fucking terrible MMOs that weren't even as good as WoW. I'm not going, I don't need to. You know, FFXI I think is better than WoW, which is why I keep coming back to it. Because it actually still has really organized 6-man parties that talk to each other. I can't think of another MMO that does that. Maybe EVE Online, Mortal. Rust. The other games that I play. The other games that I play are the only other place that you can get like a a goal-based 5 or 6-man party together to go, or higher or lesser, like to go do something where you talk to each other and you sit there for a couple of hours and you actually play an MMO. These other games don't offer that. Now, this is what he says he offers, but I will posit that what he really offers is walking sim. Just to get to this fucking thing over here, it's going to take you 10 minutes of walking down pointless stairways and shit like this. Walking sim does not a good game make.
Comparing everything to Pantheon.
It's all Death Stranding.
But that was kind of my initial reaction, having not played the original EverQuest. So
they gave me Death Stranding for free. I still won't play it. Because it is a walking sim. I'm sorry, you might make it really fancy walking sim with a lot of cool mechanics and stuff in it. It's still a fucking walking sim. You can pretend it's not. This is a walking sim. You can pretend it's not, but it's a fucking walking sim. I can see that it's a walking sim.
Points of reference.
I'm not blind. I can see that it takes you 90 seconds to walk across this platform for whatever fucking reason. Walking sim is not a good. It does not a good game make.
The original EverQuest one was super in-depth and really big like this one.
Yes, because it was the first time. Kitty, I'm not letting you outside. Stop yelling or I'll lock you away. I'll lock you away in my dungeon and chain you, Kitty. You want to go to the bedroom? All right, I'll put you in the bedroom. You ready to go to the bedroom, Kitty? You gotta be quiet. You can't be yelling on my stream. It's not okay for you. It's not okay. It's not okay. It's not. Nope. You're going to the bedroom. You're being disciplined. I will set a timer, and I will discipline you in there for 10 minutes. I'm not letting you outside. It's too cold. Okay, I had to resort to corporal punishment, which is locking her up for 7 minutes. Oh no, she's being locked up for 7 minutes. No. I'm gonna go lock her up for 7 minutes so she changes her fucking mood because she's a B-word when she wants outside and she can't get it. Let's do 10. She's used to 7. We're gonna give her 10. 10 minutes, kitty. 10 minutes time out. You're a well-fed, well-loved, well-supported kitty who cuddles with me at least 2 hours a day or something. I give you so much love and attention. All I require from you in return is silence. That's it. It's not too much to ask. Kitties are better heard No, sorry, kitties are better. Kitties are better seen than heard. Okay, we're going back to work to do some mithril. I am gonna go back out there now. I have some insignias that I didn't have before. I will go back out now. We have a John Skynet. I don't really care about him. I've noticed that if I sit in station for like half an hour after each site, I don't get nearly as many problems. It's more like if you sit out there and get descanned over and over and over again like a submarine, eventually they come to your deep grotto and they shoot at you, right? So if you go home after you score a site, and you give it like a, 7, 17, 27, 37-minute wait, somewhere around there, you come out, you have way less problems than gankers that are higher class than you and stuff. You get way more fair fights and all this. It's actually more about this thing about you're sitting out there and they're descanning you over and over and over again. Eventually they come and find you.
Active.
So if you can break that by docking up and not giving them a target to directional scan, they will leave you alone a lot more. And if they leave you alone in faction warfare, you can make a lot of money. You can make it more money than anybody else, I think. Honestly, you can, yeah, if you sell directly to the LP sellers, the only other people making that kind of money, I think, is like wormholers. They make good money like faction warfare does, but faction warfare is genuinely bona fide good money. It's something that kind of broke my like brain about it. I was like, wow, it actually is like really genuinely good money if you are good at it. I'm not good at it, but I at least know how to not die. Well, I know how not to die, but it's also more like I know that what this really is, which is a zero-sum game where my opponent will only take the fight. Uh-oh, what's this now? Cure burn party, do you need it? Where?
Incoming tell.
Yes, please. On my way. Gotta stop crafting, but yeah. Ooh, I got a party. Ah, fuck it, I'll just go out there. Please, give me my fucking keyboard. Give me my fucking controls. Give me my controls, piece of shit. Fuck you, it's the keyboard somehow. I don't get this on other keyboards. It is the keyboard somehow. Stop this. It's my mouse, but it's also the keyboard. The keyboard's causing it. Stop, keyboard. Jesus Christ, you fucking keyboard's not working. It will not alt-tab. It's not doing anything. You're so annoying. Fucking keyboard is driving me crazy. I guess I'll leave because I don't have... Now my sound's gone for some reason. Oh, I'm muted. Oops. There we go. Oh, yeah, go in. Target this guy.
To give the command to a drone requires you to have an active target.
So... my inventory is okay. I need to change to red mage. Yeah, change job to support mage. Red mage. All right, going to KRT. Oops, you fucked up on the keyboard again. Now, go out there. I should teleport Hala and Shoko. Or, no, it's probably faster to Outpost. Let's turn on some Final Fantasy RP. We haven't done that in a while. Oh, I don't have Signet. I don't care about this.
Yeah, I divorced my husband because he became a QAnon MAGA freak. Freakazoid. And I divorced your husband, ladies. Leave your husband. Yeah, I divorced my husband because he became a QAnon MAGA freakazoid. And I divorced your husband, ladies. Leave your husbands if they're MAGA.
I agree. Yeah, you don't want to be with MAGA men, no. Gotta go let my cat out. I'm gonna go let my cat out. Can't you just let me walk? You're so dumb.
To give the command to a drone requires you to have an active target.
I don't remember ever having this much trouble with this.
over my FYP, and I want to share my perspective as a white woman, but also as a social worker, about why I'm not surprised, but also
why does white
this is
have
very
anything to do with it?
White women around the country just watched the tragedy of what happened to Renee Good. White women are watching the news, they are on TikTok, they are seeing a lot of the chaos breaking out around the country, and they are concerned, they are anxious, they are waking up. And so women are going to their husbands and they're asking them, what's our plan if this comes to our city? What's our plan if things continue to escalate in the country? Did you see what happened? What would I do if that was me? And a lot of white husbands, not surprisingly, are responding with statements like, I don't know what you're worried about, things are just getting blown up in the media.
I'm supposed to open the pickle jar? I gotta grip it.
Uh-oh, Andrew. If you can't open it either.
I can't grease the whole top of it. Literally slippery. I'm supposed to open the pickle jar? Grab me a paper towel so I can dry the top of it off.
You're the big, strong man. There you go. Come on.
I can't grip the fucker. Like, I gotta have a way to grip it. I gotta grip it. Try it. You fucker. Oh. Bullshit.
MAGA husbands do not love their wives. Instead, they see their wives as live-in maids and somebody who can pop out kids for them so that they can continue on their white gene.
Happy Valentine's Day, babe. Oh my God, you got me a gift? A love coupon? 1 day off of laundry? My goodness, you're gonna do laundry? No, I just get a day off from doing laundry? Thank you. That's so nice. Speaking of laundry, I got you a little surprise. No, it's for me to wear. Oh, you want to wear it? Oh, okay. No, that's good. Oh, you want to role play? Okay, great. Who are we gonna be tonight? Cheryl Hines and RFK Jr. That's a good one. Okay, how about this? Will you be my Valentine? Oh, you like that? Okay, good. Yeah. Okay. Let me go get ready. That was some delicious toilet coke, Cheryl. Now let's go make some unvaccinated love.
All right, y'all, so picture this. It's Valentine's week, love is in the air, chocolates are overpriced, men are panic buying roses at gas stations like it's a last-minute group project, and I'm scrolling, minding my business, sipping my aggressively strong coffee, when I stumble across this video claiming that white women are leaving their white husbands.
Your skill has increased.
And not just any husbands. We're talking red hat, flag
divorce the MAGA
no tread
before
on
they
me, but also
fucking
please do
divorce
my
you from
laundry
life.
type husbands. Now normally
Violence
I
is
chalk
the only
that up to
thing they
TikTok
know.
being TikTok. You know how it is over there. One viral post and suddenly
That and
everybody's a
Christianity.
sociologist with a ring light. But if you've been around Think Out Loud for more than 5 minutes, you know I don't just run with vibes. I love a little tea, sure, I'm human, but I also like receipts. I like numbers. I like facts. I like the boring stuff that doesn't trend but actually explains what's going on. So I did some digging, and when I say digging, I don't mean read one headline and called it a day. I mean I went down the rabbit hole. Divorce rates, state data, red versus blue comparisons, and I'll be honest with you, I expected to debunk the whole thing. I really did. I thought, okay, this is probably exaggerated. Turns out, divorce rates are actually higher in red states than in blue states. Yeah, let that marinate for a second. Now, before anybody clutches their pearls
can't
and starts
move, I
typing in
can't
all
do
caps,
anything.
This isn't about dunking on people for
so
sport.
annoying.
It's about asking a very uncomfortable question. If the brand is traditional family values, why is the scoreboard looking like this? And that's where things get interesting, because when you zoom out, you start noticing a pattern. A lot of these women leaving, they grew up around this stuff. Church every Sunday, gender roles carved in stone, man leads, woman follows, the whole Norman Rockwell Pinterest board. But now they're looking around and going, wait a minute, protected by who exactly? Let's talk about it. We all saw that viral clip of Andrew Wilson, self-proclaimed alpha, podcast gladiator, champion of masculine order, absolutely spiraling over a pickle jar like it was a boss battle. And I'm not saying opening jars determines the fate of Western civilization, okay? But if your whole brand is strength, dominance, protector energy, and you're crashing out over Vlasic, sir, And I couldn't help but think, if that's the public energy, what's the
Incoming party
private
invite.
energy like? Because let's be real, half these guys are yelling about leadership on podcasts, while their wives are the ones actually running the household, scheduling the dentist appointments,
Your
managing
skill
the
has
money,
increased.
and probably, let's call it what it is, protecting the peace. And here's where it gets deeper than jokes. A lot of women are watching what's happening politically. They're watching reproductive rights get rolled back. They're watching rhetoric get more extreme.
Your skill has increased.
They're watching the Epstein Files drama resurface and realizing some of the loudest Save the Children voices have some, let's say, awkward associations. And at some point, the cognitive dissonance just becomes too heavy to carry. Because ideology is cute until it shows up at your dinner table. It's cute until your husband cares more about winning Twitter arguments than building emotional safety in his own house. It's cute until provider energy turns into resentment, insecurity, and public humiliation rituals disguised as podcast debates. You know, like the ones Andrew Wilson does to himself whenever he picks up a mic and tries to act tough selling the red pill right-wing nonsense. And now the question becomes, why are these men being left? If they're so strong, so logical, so high value, so dominant. I mean, forgive the pun, but the only thing left about some of them
their
is,
bigotry
well,
makes them worthless.
Their Facebook relationship status.
I wouldn't be around them at all.
In today's video,
wow,
Spartoy
Warrior. I haven't seen one of those in 20
the performance
years.
Of masculinity
This is a
versus the
scary
reality
place.
Of partnership. Why women raised in these environments are often the ones walking away, and whether this is a temporary trend or a tectonic shift. To my OG viewers and fellow coffee connoisseurs, you already know how we do it on this channel. If you can feel the MAGA FAFO loading like a buffering wheel on dial-up internet, go ahead and smash that like button. And to my new folks, welcome to Think Out Loud. Grab your coffee, your sweet tea, whatever gets you through the chaos, and settle in. So let's not waste time with a 12-minute intro pretending we're not about to stir the pot. The clips are ready, the stats are ready, and trust me, this one's got layers. Roll it.
White women are leaving their white husbands, and it's all over my FYP. And I want to share my perspective as a white woman, but also as a social worker, about why I'm not surprised, but also about why this is very pivotal. White women around the country just watched the tragedy of what happened to Renee Good. White women are watching the news. They are on TikTok. They are seeing a lot of the chaos breaking out around the country, and they are concerned. They are anxious. They are waking up. And so women are going to their husbands and they're asking them, what's our plan if this comes to our city? What's our plan if things continue to escalate in the country? Did you see what happened? What would I do if that was me? And a lot of white husbands, not surprisingly, are responding with statements like, I don't know what you're
Your skill has increased.
Things are just getting blown up in the media. Turn off the news and relax. What do you mean have a plan? Just comply if you get pulled over. It's not that hard. So essentially, husbands are gaslighting their wives, and the wives are sitting there like, oh, I just came to the
Your skill has increased.
Of the family, right? The protector of the family. And he's telling me I'm overreacting or not to worry. So if you're a white woman and this is you and your husband, or you're a white woman and you are seeing this happen in real time with other women, and you're questioning why or what is this about, let's talk about it. Quick disclaimer though, this post is not to make excuses for white women, and it is not to compare their situation to other people's situations or minimize the harm that white privilege has caused in our society. For a long time, white women have been taught that, whether implicitly or explicitly, right, that protection comes from alignment with a white man. From fathers to husbands to grandfathers, protection has been labeled as something that is accessible to white women as long as they are compliant, as long as they were agreeable, as long as they were blindly trusting of male authority. Now, the patriarchy and white supremacy go hand in hand, right? All throughout history of this country, those two things always go hand in hand. And the patriarchy didn't just position white men in this country as leaders. It also positioned white women in this country as dependents. Dependents that defer to a man, right, for leadership. Dependents that do not question a man. Dependents who hold the belief system that a man knows best, especially in moments of chaos or danger, right? You are supposed to defer to the man in your family. He is the leader, he is the protector. He is the one who will know how to handle this situation the best.
Oh, hey, babe. How was your boys' trip with Billy? Hang on, there's something on your face, like a hair. Wait, is that a... Oh God, never mind. No, I'm okay. It's just that yesterday I was scrolling and I saw a video of federal agents busting into an entire apartment complex, like a shelter, and they dragged everyone out. No, not like immigrants, like American citizens, children. They zip-tied the children together.
Your skill has increased.
Yeah, they got like 4 people, but they busted down everybody's door. They destroyed their apartments. They didn't let kids put
You've been
clothes
examined.
on. Are you laughing? You're okay with this?
I can't say target
We're
anything.
supposed to be okay with this. You don't think it's gone too
because
far?
my keyboard. Oops.
I disagree. I said I fucking disagree. I know you made me drop out of college, but I remember a couple of things from history class, and this is what happened in Germany. Are you fucking kidding me? I fucking can't. By the way, you got a little bit of Billy in the corner of your mouth.
Men are our leaders because they are not
Your
women.
skill has increased.
Men are our leaders because they know how to protect with strength and brute force and all the things that you need in order to be a successful protector. White women are more accepted by their male counterparts when they are subservient, when they do not ask questions, when they follow him blindly, right? They are obedient, they are meek, they are fragile. And so these norms get
Your
passed
skill
on
has
for
increased.
generations, right? Women are meek and fragile, and they need men to protect them. Women need to suppress their emotions, their questions, their intuition, if they want male protection. And of course, add in white supremacy, right? White women have historically benefited from their proximity to a white man, right? They get additional privilege from that proximity. A white married woman, a white straight married woman, bonus points if you add in conservative religious, right? But a white married straight woman has access to more privilege than a white single woman or a white lesbian woman, etc. And so, like I said, this has gone on and on and on and on for generations, right? And there are white people who are evil and vile and who relish in their white supremacy, who relish in thinking that they have more power over others, who have learned to weaponize their proximity to power, who take advantage of the hierarchies that the white supremacy male patriarchy has established. Women who would, in real time, bring back things like slavery. But for the women who are not that, the women who have been conditioned to think that protection comes from a white man marrying a white man, right? You're guaranteed this protection. When women were going to their husbands and asking, so what do we do now? And the husbands are dismissing them and the husbands aren't reacting. Women were waking up because they're saying, wait a second. I do all of these things. I voted the way you told me to vote. I don't question the way that you want things done. Maybe I even let you control the house, the finances. I let you lead because you're the strong brute force man. And you're sitting here and saying there's nothing to be worried about when I just saw a woman get shot in the face. And I'm here to break it to you. This is because white men have not had to think about the state, the country, law enforcement, people in power turning on them because the system was built by them and for them. Now, I'm a white woman, right? Obviously. And I acknowledge and I identify that I have benefited from this system, right?
Your
The same
skill has
system
increased.
In which, yeah, I am higher in the totem pole when I'm with a white man, yes, but I, even without a white man, have privilege. I have benefited from this system, whether I have wanted to or not. As a white woman, you have to ask yourself,
Incoming trade.
is this proximity to privilege and this perceived protection that
Your
I have
skill
been
has
conditioned to think
increased.
that I'm going to get, is that more important morally, ethically, right? Empathically? Is that more important than being on the right side and doing what is right? And I think a lot of women are waking up and questioning,
Your skill has
if
increased.
my husband isn't protecting me, if he's gaslighting me, what do I have to gain from staying in this situation?
If you ever wonder why people are cutting off
Your
their
skill has
Trump-supporting
increased.
family members, it's probably because of things like this. This dad unalived his daughter after him and his daughter had an argument about Donald Trump. He's a Trump supporter, and essentially what had happened was they were having an argument, and she asked him, she said, hey, like, how would you feel if I was one of Epstein's victims who was trafficked? And he responds by stating, I have 2 other daughters, so I wouldn't really care that much. The argument then eventually kind of de-escalates. Later on that day, he decides to grab her by the hand and take her into his bedroom, and then all of a sudden, it was apparently to show her his pew-pew, it goes off. And she's on the floor, unalived. Her boyfriend was in the house at the time, and his wife was in the house at the time, and they say that he was heavily intoxicated. That's right. And nothing's gonna happen, by the way. A grand jury refuses to indict him, so he's walking around free. Nothing will happen to him. He unalived his own daughter, and the last conversation they had that she got to hear was him telling her that he doesn't give a fuck if she was trafficked by Epstein.
Your skill has increased.
People are cutting off you. I have choice words. I can't say them, I will get banned.
What kind of dystopian Handmaid's Tale bullshit is this?
Your skill has increased.
So the US government is now deciding whether or not your uterus, your dating life, or your marriage status is federal property. Yeah, not on my watch. Hi everyone, if you're new, welcome. If you're not, you know what fucking time it is, bitch. It's time for the Daily Squay. The Heritage Foundation, you know, the same people behind Project 2025, just dropped a new plan to save the American family. And by save, what they actually mean is turn the US into a heterosexual baby factory that's run by a whole bunch of pedos we have in office. Here's what they're proposing. And by the way, most of what I'm about to show you comes straight from the Heritage Foundation's website. Government-funded marriage boot camps. A national day of rest where businesses close because Jesus said so. Discouraging online dating, which will really suck for all the closeted homosexuals attending the Republican National Convention that makes Grindr crash every single fucking year. Rewarding people who marry before 30. Tax credits if one spouse stays
right
home.
there in the log for
punish single parents and queer
567.
families. They literally want to evaluate every law based on whether or not it helps people get married and have children. That means your taxes, healthcare, housing, your job, all judged by whether you're fucking somebody of the opposite sex. And they aren't hiding it either. They're saying families should be cisgender, heterosexual, and biological. They oppose IVF for anybody who isn't married. They say kids need a mom and dad, not just love, stability, and safety. So if you're gay, single, trans, infertile, widowed, divorced, or literally just not ready to have a family, sorry babe, the government says that by policy, you're a failure. And what's scary is we've already seen this shit before. Trump has already used their playbook. JD Vance has praised their vision. He even once said that parents should be able to vote on behalf of their children, which would literally make your womb a ballot box. This isn't about helping families. This is about soft eugenics. Because if they actually cared about children, they'd fund healthcare, childcare, housing, schools, food insecurity, not marriage boot camp where you win $5,000 if you stay married. That's not family policy. That's government-sponsored emotional blackmail. And to be promoting something like this while actively being exposed as alleged sex traffickers, predators, and pedos that dismembered and ate babies? Yeah, you got me all the way fucked up if you think for a goddamn second I am joining that fuck-ass boot camp, you diabolical freaks.
Incoming town.
Yeah, so America's starting to look less like a Hallmark movie and more like one of those slow burn horror films where you don't realize you're in danger until everybody's already possessed. I swear the boogeyman isn't under your bed. He's in Washington wearing a red tie, and he's got a policy think tank drafting memos at 2 a.m. Because what exactly is the Heritage Foundation cooking up when it comes to women's rights? And let's not pretend we forgot. These are the same folks heavily tied to Trump's Project 2025. But okay, deep breath. Before somebody says I'm just being dramatic, let's bring it back to the numbers. So back in 2014, researchers ran the data on divorce rates by state, and what popped up was inconvenient. Red states, we're talking Alabama, Arkansas, Mississippi, were averaging around 13 divorces per 1,000 people. Blue states like Massachusetts and New Jersey, more like 6 or 7 per 1,000. That's not a rounding error. That's not margin of error. That's basically double.
Your skill has increased.
Now here's where it gets spicy. The same states that run entire campaigns on traditional family values, the same ones where you can't drive 5 miles without seeing a church marquee warning about the collapse of Western civilization, those are the states with higher divorce rates. Meanwhile, the so-called liberal, latte-sipping, cohabitating heathens up in the Northeast, statistically holding marriages together longer. Make it make sense. Researchers point to a few things. One big one, early marriage. In a lot of religiously conservative environments, there's heavy pressure to marry young and skip the living in sin phase. Translation: instead of figuring out if you can survive each other's bad moods, debt habits, and family dynamics first, you're tying the knot because youth group said so. And look, young love is cute. But marrying at 20 because you're trying to outrun temptation, that's not always a recipe for longevity. That's sometimes just a recipe for realizing at 32 that you married someone you barely knew outside of church camp. Then there's income. A lot of red states statistically rank lower in median income. And financial stress? That'll test even the most biblical submission household. It's hard to preach provider energy when the bills are stacking up and the overtime promise didn't quite pan out. Meanwhile, blue states tend to have higher average education levels and income.
Your skill has increased.
People marry later. They live together first. They test drive the relationship like it's a certified pre-owned Honda. Less romantic? Maybe. More stable? Apparently. And here's the kicker. Even recent 2024 and 2025 data hasn't flipped the script. Southern red states are still showing elevated divorce rates compared to northeastern blue ones. So when we see these viral clips of MAGA men talking about reclaiming masculinity while their marriages quietly implode, it's not just gossip. There's structure behind it. There's culture behind it. There's economic reality behind it. Because you can't campaign on family values and ignore the conditions families actually need to survive. You can't promise protection while dismantling rights and expect zero friction at home. And you definitely can't build a brand on dominance while the stats are telling a very different story. That's not me being messy. That's data with a southern accent. Let's keep watching.
Hey, so you know how white women are finally getting really fucking fed up of their white husbands telling them that they're overreacting to what's happening in America, and the divorce rate is spiking and is going to continue to spike because they're like, I mean, I bought into the patriarchy enough to believe that you were going to actually protect me. And now that there's actual danger at my doorstep, you're telling me I'm being an emotional woman. So yeah, that's a real thing that's happening.
Your skill has
Look
increased.
It up. Women are filing for divorce a lot right now, and I'm here for it. But there's also a parallel happening in corporate America, okay? White women are just the last ones to wake up. We're slow to the uptake, okay? Black women realized this a long time ago. They've been leaving corporate America in higher numbers and starting their own businesses because they realized how toxic it was. And a lot of these Black women and Black executives who I worked with worked in roles where they really thought they could make a difference. They were in like people development or DEI, right? Or leadership.
Your skill has increased.
And they realized that like, oh, it was all just PR. It was all part of the same fake machine. And like, I don't align with that, and they're just gaslighting me. So a lot of Black women left corporate America, started their own businesses, are out doing their own side hustles, and white women are finally fucking waking up too. That like, yo, the patriarchy is not going to protect us.
Your skill has
We're just
increased.
the last ones it stomps. The last ones it stomps. And now corporate America is stomping us. Okay? And we're like, oh shit.
Your skill has increased.
Shit. So I think we're going to see not even a higher number of like divorces from white women, but I think we're going to see a much higher number of white women saying this to corporate America and to those systems. And it's just, I mean, it's about time. We're very, very slow.
Are you aware that men only got any rights to vote about a decade before women?
The right to vote was historically withheld from men of color. It was a right
Incoming
withheld
trade.
from
Listen to
the
me.
general
Do
population.
not cut me off. I'm in the middle of speaking.
I don't care if you're in the middle of
right-
speaking.
Incoming
You're in the
tone.
middle of a debate.
The right to
You don't have your TikTok mute button, sweetheart.
I will not be speaking anymore until you have a conversation with him.
You button.
I did not go to school for 4 years and build a platform to be talked to like this, so I will be walking away from the microphone right now, and I would encourage you to get your guest under control. I'm going to take 2 minutes, so you can ask him questions if you'd like, and I will be right back.
Because you run the show?
I just won't be back. And
I don't give a... What do I care? I'm here to have a debate, not listen to your whining. Do you want to have a debate or not?
I'm not going to be talked to like this.
Well, do you want to just take a 2-minute breather?
This is feminism? You're the strong woman? You're the strong woman? Really? Ooh, strong woman. I will not be talked to. Like what? What did I even say? I will not be talked to like that. Yeah, you will. What are you talking about? It's a debate. He's so much younger than you anyway. Honestly, what's wrong with dating? If you date an 18-year-old, what's the problem?
Date an 18-year-old?
Yeah.
At a different stage of life.
So?
What do you mean?
Why do you have to be at the same stage of life to date someone? That's stupid.
Because I think you should want to date someone who's on your level.
Yeah, but people fall in love, have massively dissimilar interests, different IQs, different everything, and absolutely love each other. What's the fucking problem with that?
I don't think there's a problem with it when you get a lot older, but I do think like men of your age dating women who are in their late teens, it's legal, is weird.
Why is it weird? That's quite the argument. It's weird.
Hold on.
Weird.
Are you arguing that there is nothing problematic whatsoever at all with how old are you, like 50?
Well, no, I'm younger than you, probably. How old are you?
21.
Oh,
22. Sorry.
Oh, okay. That accounts for the stupidity. No. I'm 41.
Nice.
41.
Do you think nothing wrong with you if you wanted to go by UC Santa Barbara right now and,
What would be wrong with me dating an 18-year-old woman who wanted to date me? Why would that be problematic? Why? What's strange about it?
Because you are in different life experiences than she is. She is vastly...
Do you think 41-year-old women are going to be... let's say I wanted children. Don't you think I should date younger if I want to have a lot of children?
An 18-year-old to have children?
Well, you should be able to give me the most amount of children, right?
Okay.
Can you tell me what's wrong with that, Oliver?
Yes.
What?
Because you're taking advantage of someone.
Oh, taking advantage.
Yes.
So let me get this right.
Someone who's much
You agree that I have tons more resources than the average 18-year-old woman?
Correct.
Huge amounts more resources.
Correct. The power difference.
And if it is the...
White women are leaving their husbands. Let's talk about it. It has been fascinating to watch the content unfold. The fascinating part, and none of this is surprising, if you've been paying attention, and if you are a white person who has at least attempted to unpack all the things that you've learned through white supremacy and unlearn those things, this is not surprising at all. I think back to my girlhood, my teenage years, my young adult years, and even through today around other white people, where you see these couple dynamics, these heterosexual white couple dynamics, where it's almost as though the woman treats the man like he is a blank slate. Even if he votes Republican, we just sort of shove that under the carpet because she's a Democrat, because she's a liberal, because she believes in feminism. And sure, sometimes, they get into a little, but he means well, and he loves people, and he cares, and he's not one of those people. I can't tell you how many white women I have known over the course of my life who have these sort of excuse-making relationships with their husbands or boyfriends or whomever, and say, well, he's not really like that, though. I mean, he's different. I mean, yes, he votes for Republicans, but really that's just about taxes and da-da-da-da, and they're just softballing it all the time. And there's something about white culture, what can it be, that expects us to be polite socially and accept that. So if you want to have a friendship with another white woman and she has one of those husbands, you are expected to participate in this pantomime, charades, I don't know, where you just pretend, that it's fine because he, as an individual person, is a good guy, right? He loves her. He's a good guy. He cares about people. He's not an evil monster. There's just a little bit of a, disagreement about politics, but that's really, but he cares and his heart's in the right place. And sometimes he's even voted for a Democrat. 2020 was an exceptionally difficult year for the white women who invest in these kinds of relationships, these see no evil, hear no evil relationships, right? Because they couldn't have those conversations at home, really. White people need to get involved. We need to unlearn our racism. We need to unpack white supremacy culture. Comply or die is not the way that Americans should be living. And they
multiplier die because
It was
suck
a
a
very
dick.
uncomfortable, intense time, and I feel like a lot of those women rode it out. They just sort of let it go, drifted off. But now, a white woman was murdered by law enforcement, was murdered by an agent of the federal government in front of the world, and he is not being held responsible. And they can't look away now because they see themselves as sitting in the front seat of that car. For the first time, they see themselves, and they expected their husbands to see them there too. And we're still genuinely surprised to find out that no, he's exactly who he's been telling you he is. And now you have to leave him. But I do think that for a lot of white people, they need a moment of reckoning. And that is going to look different for different folks.
Are you sane or are you a
And
bigot?
maybe I wish that they could have caught on sooner, but if this is what it takes for them to finally start to have that reckoning, then I guess it's all to the good in the end. But what I want to say to other white women is never forget and always be cognizant of the amount of bullshit that we inflict upon the rest of the world, who wait patiently for us to catch up with what the global majority already know. I just want to add this little tidbit of advice to other white women. Every time I feel like I have some sort of a breakthrough, I have to take a pause and examine, where did this come from? And then, where was I blind along the way? Where did I not see it? I think it's really important that we get there, but I think it's even more important that we understand why it took us so long. What were the barriers? What were the roadblocks? What were our blind spots? Why didn't we see it earlier? To all the white women who are leaving their husbands. Girl, good for you. And also, take some time to think about how you got here in the first place. Because I guarantee there are other areas of your life, there are other aspects, there are other things that you're doing, that you're engaged in, beliefs and opinions that you hold, that now might be a good time to kind of examine those things.
Let's take a second and actually process what we just watched. First up, Andrew Wilson. Because if you needed a case study for this whole MAGA alpha male phenomenon, the man basically volunteered himself. Here you've got a grown man, not a teenager, not some kid fresh out of high school, a grown man who cannot regulate his emotions while debating people young enough to have
Your
had
skill has
iPads
increased.
in elementary school. You'd think maturity would show up somewhere in that equation. It did not. And the irony? The younger guy in the room often ends up sounding more measured, more composed. Meanwhile, Mr. Protector of Western Civilization is crashing out over a pickle jar like it's a UFC title fight. And listen, I'm not even talking about physical strength. Nobody cares if you can bench press a Toyota. This isn't about forearms. It's about emotional discipline. It's about self-control. It's about not needing to belittle women publicly to feel tall. When you build your brand on dominance and then get humbled by a jar of Vlasic in 4K, that's not just embarrassing, that's symbolic. And then there's the rhetoric, the weird fixation on dating 18-year-olds. Sir, why are you so comfortable saying that out loud? Why is that
Your
a
skill
talking
has
point?
increased.
I'm just saying, if your ideal dating range requires a freshly printed diploma, maybe that's less about biology and more about insecurity. And this isn't isolated. Look at the whole archetype. Look at Andrew Tate, loud, flashy, talking about how untouchable he is.
Your
how he's
skill
the
has
apex
increased.
of masculinity. And then gets in the ring with someone who's basically a hobby boxer and spends the rest of the week explaining why the loss doesn't count. It's always the same pattern. Big bark, thin skin. But here's where it gets serious. This isn't about memes. It's about the psychology behind it. These men were sold an identity package. You're the leader, you're the protector, you're superior. But nobody handed them the manual for empathy. Nobody emphasized character. Nobody taught emotional intelligence. So when real life hits, marriage, daughters, complex adult relationships, they don't have the tools. Think about that MAGA dad who told his own daughter he wouldn't care if she ended up one of Epstein's victims. Let that sink in. Most mammals, not even humans, just mammals, instinctively protect their offspring. That's biology. Evolution wired that in. So when women see men publicly minimizing that kind of harm, something primal clicks. Safety. Women choose partners based on safety, emotional safety, physical safety, stability. If that signal starts flickering, the attraction dies. It doesn't matter how many podcasts you've done. And then we saw that clip of the woman pointing out something uncomfortable. A lot of the men being left are the same men running corporations, the same power structures. And where is the lie? Look at the public record. Look at the names that keep popping up in those Epstein file conversations. Men with money, influence, access. Look at how many powerful figures had associations they later tried to downplay. You've got a former president caught on tape bragging about grabbing women. You've got billionaires whose names swirl around investigations and scandals. And then you've got the average guy at home repeating the rhetoric like it's scripture. And women are watching. They're watching the policies. They're watching reproductive rights debates. They're watching how casually some of these men talk about women's autonomy. And at some point, the math stops mathing. Now, let me be clear. This isn't me saying non-MAGA marriages are utopias. Please. Relationship dysfunction is bipartisan. But what we're highlighting here is a cultural phenomenon. A movement that wrapped itself in religion, nationalism, masculinity, and in some cases produced men who can't sustain the very families they
Your
claim
skill
to
has
champion.
increased.
And one day, psychologists are going to write entire dissertations about this era. They're going to study how identity politics, grievance culture, performative masculinity, religion, race, all of it blended into
Your
this
skill
thing
has
we call
increased.
MAGA, and how it reshaped not just elections, but homes. That's the real story. Anyway, those are my thoughts. I'm curious where you land. Is this about economics, culture, ego, all of the above? Drop it in the comments, respectfully, please. We're caffeinated, not feral. Appreciate you for riding with me. I'll catch you in the next one. Until then, stay caffeinated.
What's up, guys and gals? Welcome back to the Nerd Castle. Today in the world of indie games, we've got something that I've been waiting on. I actually slammed this on my wish list a bit ago. It's a little title called Romestead, and it's approaching the zombie apocalypse from a completely different direction. This is going to be one of those games, actually what it reminds me of when I was watching trailers and footage of this title, what it kind of reminds me of is Graveyard Keeper, but sort of set in Bronze Age Rome, which has been ransacked completely by ravenous undead hordes. And so you're trying to build up a Roman villa while withstanding a huge amount of zombies that are trying to wipe you out. And so that seems very compelling to me. Normally I'm not like a huge fan of Roman style stuff, but in the case of this game, I think that the juxtaposition between those 2 points, like how often do we get anything set in Rome with, you know, centurions and legates and stuff like that where they're fighting against zombies? Almost never do we get that blend right there. So I figured we'd take a look today. The embargo drops this morning. We're going to play it for about 30 or 40 minutes. We're going to see if it's something you wanted to add to your wish list, or if it's one of those games you would rather pass on. That's also perfectly fine. If you wanted to check the game out further, they will have a demo available during the Steam Next Fest, which I think is next week. I'll put a link down below to the Steam page. That way you can check it out and wish list it if this seems like the kind of thing that's right up your alley. And then, of course, on top of that, you can find a bunch of other Nerdcastle links down there just in case you wanted to give them the old spicy click. But without wasting any more time on the jibber jabber, let's go ahead and start off a game. So we've got to create our character. All right, well, let me fiddle this stuff together real fast. So now that I've got him all put together, we get to decide what profession we want to be. So a woodcutter's gonna be better at woodcutting. Shocker, who would have ever guessed that a woodcutter would be good at woodcutting? We've got a miner, we've got a mechanicus, it looks like we also have a gladiator, a legionary, it looks like we have a guy that was in the phalanx, we've got a lobber over here, so I'm guessing he's kind of like a slinger or whatever from back in that time period. Fun factoid, back in the day where they used slings, they would use these clay bullets, like it was basically like a lead-bearing clay that they got from specific locations, and the fact that it was like lead-bearing clay or like lead-bearing stones meant that you could carve things into your sling stones. They used to carve all kinds of hilarious stuff into their ammunition, just like modern soldiers today. There was one that I think in old Italian or old Latin it said, "I hope this hits you in the dick." And I always thought that was
Your
one
skill
of the
has
funniest things
increased.
ever, because it shows that human beings never change. It's been 2,000 years, and guys fighting each other are like, man, I hope this hits you right in the pecker. I'm gonna go with the legionary because I think that puts us on theme for what the game is. And so now that we have a legionary, obviously I'm going to name myself something simple: Splatius. I am Splatius. And so we will save right there, and we are
Your
ready
skill
to
has increased.
rock. So here we are. We have awakened inside the lavish land of Alldayerrydaybaby. Acquiring material. Yeah, I figure I'll probably figure that out. Who is this person over here? You need a pickaxe to mine rocks and... Well, I was more interested in the large floating figure in front of me that appears to be terrifying. Like, if a 20-foot tall woman that was like roughly the color of seafoam showed up, wielding a spear the size of 2 men stacked, I'd be kind of nervous about it, but maybe that's just me. So first things first, they're gonna make me do what I always gotta do. We gotta go gather some stuff from around here. It looks like we're gonna need a whole bunch of flint, and we're gonna need a whole bunch of wooden sticks before we're gonna be able to get started inside the game. But the first thing you really notice about this title is that the pixel art just absolutely blazes off the screen. This is one of those games that looks really attractive, just straight out of the box, like utterly gorgeous. Let's run around for a minute, see if we can find anything around here. Luckily, it looks like there's loads of objects that I can just spear to death all over the place, and that should provide me with the stuff that I need in order to get this done. There are little details here too, like when I click, the cursor actually moves when I attack. It actually like swings the sword. Kind of interesting. I don't know how that'll work out for accuracy later on down the line inside the game, but for right now, it is kind of cool looking and attractive. Let me find this stuff. Oh, that's interesting. So, like, with some of these rocks, I don't have the tools to break them, but if you pick them up and you throw them to, like, a wall, they'll actually break. Like, the item itself loses durability while you're doing
Your skill
that.
has
I don't know if
increased.
more of them will come out of this right here, but we can give it a try. Does that thing break, or is it like a building material? I don't know what it is. It says it's got 3 out of 3 HP, but I don't know how useful that's going to be. All right, so now that I've collected this stuff, we can claim our reward, and it wants me to throw all this stuff into my individual slots. Well, I've got a gladius as well, or is that what I'm crafting at the moment? Either way, we've got a pickaxe right there, so I'll go ahead and take that. And then it looks like I can also afford to make one of these, so I'll make an axe as well, because that'll make life a little bit simpler. I'll no longer have to run around like a caveman chucking stuff at walls and just hoping for result, you know what I mean? Now that we've got that covered, it's gonna give us a few more recipes that we can play around with. So we've got wooden shields, we've got bows, we've got an arcuballista. Okay, I've never heard of that before, but sure, it's an arcuballista. Who hasn't heard of the arcuballista?
Your skill has increased.
Obviously one of the most famous things from Roman culture. So after a whole lot of staring at it, I was like, how in the hell do I get my axe and my pickaxe into my hands? You don't, strangely enough. I don't think I've ever seen a survival game that does this. But what the game actually does is it modifies whatever your main hand weapon is with damage towards that material. So like I couldn't chop trees before, but now I can. You see how our damage has a little like axe icon on it basically? That's the difference. What is that giant bird that's overhead? No, I hate that bird shadow, dude. Are there like phoenixes and stuff flying around? That thing is ginormous, dude. Archaeopteryx over here causing all kinds of issues.
Your
I got
skill
my
has
first
increased.
log out of a tree. I don't really like know what else to do with it. It says I gotta chop down a tree and use the stump as like a sawhorse. So I'm gonna give that a go real fast and see if that actually sorts the situation out. There's only like one tree around here that looks sturdier than all the rest, and so we'll see if the placement works right. It did. Oh, and there you go. You can shred things into wood planks. I would have liked to have seen a little bit better of an animation right there, but it got the job done. I get the feeling this game is designed from the ground up. Just little decisions like having your axe and your pickaxe damage add on to your main hand weapon instead of being something you need to hot swap in between. I'm gonna take a rough stab at it, say this is one of those games that's going to have a very, very smooth, sort of streamlined, casual experience to it when it comes to your UI interactions. Just like we do in every other game. Oh my god, lightning struck the ground, but I do like that it left a little crater right there. That's kind of badass, dude. It can actually like deform and destroy the terrain a little tiny bit. Let's make a workbench. I don't know what that's gonna cost me. It's gonna cost me stuff that I already have, and so I can live with that. We'll put that on our 1 key, and maybe I'll just put all of my tools inside this ruin over here. I'm probably not gonna build my house in this area, but I am gonna keep this as like my little work shed area to keep my living area nice and clean. So the first thing we have to make is a town core. Okay, let's make a town core. I'll probably put the town core like right there. There we go. That'll work. And then I think we have to come up here and we actually have to add the supplies to it. So it needs like 1 rock to be added to it. There we go. We'll add a rock to the pile. And I think there's a log down here somewhere that I left laying by the way. Oh no, I chopped down. Okay. Everything that had to do with a log, I have already refined. But the good news about that is you can pretty easily source a new, is that rat hostile? Oh my god, yep, he's very hostile. All right, well, we killed him and we got small game meat. I think that might be a little bit of an understatement. That rat was the size of a pit bull. I figure the haunch that would come off that thing actually be kind of chunky. Oh, what do I do here? Oh, okay, so we gotta play like a little mini game to build this thing on up. Yeah! Okay, it's all nice and done now. And our town core is good to go. We have no citizens inside of our town. We've got to name it. What am I going to name it? I'll just call it Splatania. There we go. We now live in the province of Splatania. Construct and interact with an altar. Okay, well, like, what do we got going on as far as altars are concerned? This will unlock quests from the gods. Okay, so yeah, that should probably be like right next to our flag, I suppose. It's gonna be like in the town center so that I can go right to the middle of town and I can talk to like Jupiter or whoever it is that I need to get a hold of in order to make stuff happen. You come here. Ow! You just dash straight through it. He's a man on a mission, and I needed rocks for this. There's a bunch of big boulders up there, so I think we'll be all right. I also need to clear out the roughage, though. We need to make kind of a footprint for our town. Rock number 1, yup. Rock number 2, and then we'll go grab rock number 3. All right, well, we got like a fancy pants altar over here now, so that's cool. We now have, hey, we founded our first town. Build housing for your citizens before you head out. As you explore, you'll find survivors that can be recruited into your town. Okay, and we've also got to build defenses to defend ourselves from threats. Fair enough. It kind of seems like there's going to be threats. So what other stuff is inside of here before I head out? We've got a house. That's pretty easy to build. We've got a lumber yard, which will give us a lumberjack who actually automatically goes out and does the job for you. Or we can do an insula. An insula is probably some kind of like flop house or maybe some kind of like hostel or something else like that. Oh, we got a bunch of, I didn't realize that there are other different tabs up inside of here that we can play around with. Okay, well, I mean, let's get
Your skill has increased.
Houses first, because I think having citizens is going to be a good idea. But I need to clear this area of all the stuff that's laying around, and I think that's actually going to be like quite the task. So I'll get back with you in just a second. Ooh, I can talk to her now. The ghostly woman, wandering.
Your skill has increased.
The remnants of an age turned to dust. Is this Minerva? Is that who this is supposed to be? Who are you? I don't remember. I feel like I'm just a memory, an echo of something that I once was. I have some powers left, but they're waning. I can still remember some ways around the world, so if you need any help to survive, feel free to ask. Okay, can I help you in any way? If your senses have been keen, surely you must have seen a giant owl flying overhead from time to time. Oh, it's an
You've
owl!
Been examined.
Gotcha! I thought that it was just going to be some kind of monstrous bird that was going to slip down and eat my flesh. There's something in me that calls to it. I don't know why yet, and I know this is a great task, but if you could bring it down, could you offer its eyes on the altar? Okay, thank you. So you want me to murder the owl? It's not really bothering anybody. There's our first zombie. Hold on. We gotta do something about this. Chop them up and take them down. Perfect. We did loot a bone out of the dead guys, so that's nice.
Your skill has increased.
Oh, they go after just about anything they can find on the map. Okay, well, I'm gonna be like a cornball and just third party that entire fight. Can I pick up their helmets or anything? I would love to have a helmet. It said that I was a legionary. I feel like I should have like my segmentata and everything ready to go, but I guess not. We do need to build houses and things.
You've been examined.
So like maybe we'll get a couple of those blueprinted out. Like let's get a house and like how far over here can I go before I run out of house space? I'm gonna leave room for a road. That way we can have like a couple of houses over here. It looks like I need to like build out some more stuff though and get rid of some stumpy things. Well, I don't know how to remove the stumps, so that's gonna be a problem we have to contend with. But either way, things are moving along. We're at least gonna get one house built before we go any further, because I think it would be a good idea to have people around here that could like man the walls, because I don't know if you noticed, but zombies are coming out of the woodworks right now. I've already seen like 5 or 6 of them, and they roll in packs like we're an I Am Legend or something. All right, house, let's get you built. It's empty right now. It won't build with that right there. There we go. You gotta have like the whole footprint cleared. I kind of wish it did it automatically when you place stuff, but I suppose that's life. What? They have interiors? Do I get to clack out the interiors too and actually like decorate and like put little tables and things like that inside of there? It'd be kind of sick, dude. Let me see if I can do it right now. So like, can I craft beds or anything else like that? So if we had furniture around here, we've got farmland, we've got a wooden bucket for carrying clay and liquids, we've got a manual mill that will allow us to make flour, and we can grind olives and grapes into a paste. I did notice that olives dropped off a tree over here, but olive making is actually a really, really large-scale project. My parents have olive trees on their property that drop these black olives, but they're poisonous. You can't like eat them straight off the tree. But the secret to it is you put thousands of them in long, thin Tupperware containers that are full of a brining solution. And so we used to have entire racks in the garage that were full of those Tupperware containers, and they just sit there and they brine, I think, for like 6 months. And that gets like all the poison out of them, and then they're eatable just like any other delicious sundry that you might desire.
Your skill has increased.
First little pack of houses are now done. That way we have some place that we can put our citizens once we go out and find them. And it seems like we have some ground to cover because it's a big, big world out here. And it's
your skill has increased.
Big world, a lot of smells. Let's go ahead, and I need to cook that food right there. But we've got chanterelles and we've got some other things that heal us. So I do think that progress bar looks a little bit cheap compared to the rest of the game. Let's grab that. It looks utilitarian to me. You know, like that right there looks very, very nice, but the actual casting bar doesn't look too crazy. We've got crawler zombie. Okay, yep. Don't like that. How long is the reach? Oh my god, they hit hard, dude. These guys are not playing with me right now. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna need a little bit more food so that we can regenerate a tiny bit more effectively. And the mega downshot there is that they're not really dropping anything that's altogether that useful either. We do have some kind of house over here, but there's another zombie around the back of it, but it looks like he's pinned and stuck. A treasure chest? Yeah, dude, let's get the treasure chest. What you got for me? So we have quadrants. Okay. We've got coal. That'll probably be helpful at some point. We've got a health potion right there and a little bit of the woolies. Can I take that chest with me and use it for storage? Hell yeah. I'm gonna stab. Nope, we're not doing that. I'm on to you. I know your game. There we go. Drop.
Your skill has increased.
It looks like it's just a guy that's wearing a rock on his head. Okay, yeah, and he throws the rock at us. Is he gonna throw the... I can't hit him. He's too speedy. There we go. We dropped him, but he didn't give us anything useful. We've got like another button mushroom up here that I'd be okay with harvesting. Ooh, a whole bunch of resources over here, like logs and all kinds of stuff. And it looks like there's a satyr or something up here too. How vicious is the satyr? Is he gonna try to like murder me violently? I only do 2 damage to him and he's got a lot of health. It may be in our best interest not to get tagged by him. I do like the blood and stuff that leaks out of him while we're killing him. Oh, look at that. He had a little bit of pocket change on him. All right. We're diversifying in the game world. We're getting more financially developed. We're going to make some investments, I think. Can you... What the hell is that thing? Is that a bush with boobs? I think it's like a crab or something. I don't know. At first glance, it looked like it had boobies. What are you trying to do right now? You're just adding on into this whole thing, huh? Strange crab meat. Fair enough. Can I get that copper with the pickaxe that I currently have? I bet you there's a chest inside that little shed right there, too. Copper? Oh, copper actually has to be hand-loaded. I'm gonna need to get carts or something then. That's what's gonna happen here. If I break this open, how much HP does the door have? Doesn't look like there's anything inside of there. What's up with the well? Can I do any... Oh, we got a bucket. Okay, so we can fill the bucket up with water. It's a good place to start. We're regenerating ever so slightly right now, just due to the fact that we got food running through our system. But isn't it kind of weird how many survival games we've been getting lately? I swear to God, this is not something that I planned. It's just like all the survival games are coming out right now. We went through like 2 years of maybe a survival game every 6 months, and now we're getting a survival game 3 times a week. I'll take it. It's better than the never-ending deluge of card games, I'll tell you that. So what do I want to do now? I guess I gotta find a villager. Let me see if there's anything slightly better I can make with my workbench over here. I would think that we're absolutely going to need some kind of food storage if we want this whole thing to work out. So I'll just plop it down right there. I don't really care that the ghost lady is in the way, but it looks like we're mostly just making infrastructure for whoever we eventually rescue. I also placed the footprint for a leather worker and a lumber yard, but those buildings are not going to be crazy useful until we go get some citizens. So let's see if we can find some citizens of the Empire. Ooh, this looks promising. I found a chest on the way over here. It gave me a new Asta, so like I hit harder than I did previously. But this guy over here, this has got to be one of the citizens. What's up, buddy? I am looking for a home. Do you have a place that I can stay at? I do. I absolutely do. Seems like you have no space for me yet. I will wait until you come back. Yes, I do. I have a space for you. What are you talking about? I got 2 houses. So I think it's not the houses that give you villager slots. I think it's the buildings that give you villager slots. So I'm going to try to get this lumber mill done. There's no trees around it, and it had like a little radius or whatever. But I'm going to try to build it real fast and see if that lets me add somebody to my society. So like I got to clear these bushes. Okay. And clear that little rock right there. Clear that out. All right. Now we're looking golden. Let's get this thing built. Yup. Slam it together, baby. Let's get her done. Dunzo. We now have a lumber mill. Okay, and the lumber mill actually has like a full-on interior too. Cool. So this building is located in the plains biome. There's production, there's miscellaneous, so I think that's gonna be what allows us to add more people to our society, just to make us a little more functional. But I don't know what the radius is gonna look like on this thing, because it was catastrophically small. It should definitely be bigger than it currently is in this build. Like, it barely goes around the outside of the model. But my hope is that like
Your
it just
skill
needed
has
that
increased.
footprint to be there, and then the actual radius is quite a bit larger. That'd be my hope anyways. And looky there, now we've got a citizen slot. Very nice. Okay, so now that we've got a citizen slot, I think I can sort this out a little bit better. I'm gonna bulldoze that entire ruin at some point, but for right now, it's not really like a fundamental concern. It can be there for a minute, but I'm about to destroy some history after I get done with actually building up my town center. Then again, I suppose at this time in history, it's not really history yet, is it? It's just kind of, oh, that thing doesn't want to break? Well, you're gonna break because I want your quadrants. Anyways, in this time period, it's just like a pile of building materials. Sir, would you like to join me? Having a hard time. There we go. Were you also in the city when the undead attacked? Yes. Awful creatures, the undead. I hope you escaped unharmed. Yeah, you can go to town. There we go. Oh, he doesn't walk there. He just like teleports. That's fine. I'm gonna break all his stuff real quick though to see if I can get anything good. A cooked meat cut. Looks like there's like a forest biome over here too. Okay. Am I ready for said forest biome? Or is forest biome gonna like whoop my ass?
Your skill
I feel
has
like
increased.
It's probably gonna be the latter case. It's probably a good idea to get the food storage done now that we actually have a guy that lives here. So maybe I'll look into that. Like, it's only gonna take me like 4 logs to get it done. Hopefully he starts contributing to the log pile, but I don't know exactly how fast all this stuff regrows. It looks like he's wandering around. Is he actually gonna chop a tree? Do I have to like assign him? I probably have to assign him. Oh no, he auto-assigned himself. Okay, well he's acquiring lumber as we speak. That should ease up a little bit on my overall workflow, except that there's not really that many trees around here. So hopefully he's capable of going out a little bit further, because by the time I chop down the trees to clear the space to put that thing down, the radius on it wasn't large enough that there were any trees left, you feel me? Which is like, Unfortunately, nighttime's now here too, which means we've got the undead to contend with. And I haven't quite had time to like build up walls or palisades or anything else yet to hold them back, so we're kind of gonna have to wait this one out.
Your skill has increased.
I do think that food storage is incredibly important though. People like to eat food. I'm not gonna lie and say that I don't like eating food. Food's one of my favorite things in the entire world. It's one of those things I look forward to every single day. So there's our communal pantry right there. And it looks like I can throw stuff in here just to feed people maybe. So it'll take the mushrooms. It looks like it only really likes refined foods, things that can't be refined any further. Oi! What are you doing over here? Get out of my town. Get out of here. You don't belong here, fool. Bounce along. And looky there, I think he went and he's eating out of it right now. I actually don't see a difference, but like, I think he must have. And it looks like the lumber just gets loaded onto this little paddock right here whenever he's done. I can live with that. That seems all right. We're going to want to get a leather worker up and running too before too long, just so we have all the basics covered. That way we can up armor ourselves. I don't know if I get to control how much stuff my little guys wear or whatever, but we're going to be a warrior society. A spear in every hand. Grab that right there. And the additive benefit here is that I cannot stand like a cluttered workspace. So this is also clearing
Your
out
skill
all the
has
debris and
increased.
detritus so that we can get like a nice town footprint before too long. There we go. Now we've got a leather worker rocking too. So I've got another spot I can assign somebody to. I think we are gonna have to go back out though and find another villager. I haven't gone anywhere to the east, so my hope is that the east is very, very profitable when it comes to finding human beings. But we do have wolves and boars and all kinds of things out here, just sort of cruising around. Ow, boar hurt too. Alright, only dead now. We got leather out of the deal, which is nice. There we go. Give me a little bit more leather. And wait for my regeneration to tell. We got some kind of undead hive over here. Oh, there's a lot of them. Yup, run for it. Just fall back a little bit. Alright, so you guys right there. I think that one only had like, oh my god, there's so, oh Jesus. Okay, yeah, there's a lot of undead out here. Would be. Oh, you gotta stop to do that? Oh my god, I thought he could eat while walking like a normal human being. Never mind, we can't eat while walking. And the exceptionally bad news is I've sort of kited these guys back to my town now, which means I need to fight my way out. Get them all cleared before anything else goes wrong. Okay, so like, my corpse was down here. Yeah, just let me loot all my stuff real fast. Not a huge fan of corpse runs. Never been a mechanic that I find to be compelling. Hopefully you'll be able to disable it once the game actually comes out. Maybe you were able to when I was looking earlier. But I always turn it off in every single game because, I don't know. I feel like corpse walks is one of those things that were like old 10 years ago. And like, all right, we've done this enough. I still want whatever's inside your house though. Like if you think I'm just gonna fall back and not loot your home for everything that it's worth, you could not be more wrong. I'm definitely going to. I do like that we get cleaving though when we're fighting these guys. Makes me feel powerful, makes me feel strong, makes me feel loaded up for bear. Is there anything good in here? Oh, it looks like there's a dungeon or something. I wonder what's inside dungeons. What is that? Oh, I guess if you destroy things that are shiny, you learn how to make them. The Twin Crypt. Oh, hey, what's up, boys? How we doing over here? Do I have to destroy that to get them to stop spawning? How much HP does it have?
It was perfect. I got out right in time.
There we go. No more bad guys rattling. Or is it worth destroying these right here, like the actual sarcophaguses?
Nice,
The
I'm
sarcophaguses?
65, almost
Oh, it is.
66.
There's money in there. Hell yeah. Grave robbing's probably a little bit in poor taste, but it's the end of the world as we know it, and I do not feel fine. I feel like I'm gonna need more stuff in order to survive this cavalcade of violence. So let's get in. What's in the chest? Anything good? We've got another rusted copper asta, but it sells for 10 bucks. Some Globy fried dough balls from cheese and semolina coated in honey. Cheese and honey.
I can't alt-tab and it's driving me fucking crazy.
Okay.
I hate this keyboard.
Like,
It is the worst keyboard I've ever used. It
like
absolutely
the honey
breaks
and
more
the dough
than,
balls,
than any
but
other
the
keyboard I've ever
cheese being
used.
added on in there is something that I raise an eyebrow at. Is semolina like? I've never had semolina cheese. Maybe it just
Reset
has
this
to do with the
keyboard,
fact that I have not been the quesadore that I could have possibly been.
There we go. Can I alt-tab
But
now?
I've
So
never had
annoying.
semolina. So is semolina like a sweet desserty cheese? I keep it simple when it comes to cheeses. I stick to my provolones, my old provolognes, my cheddars, maybe get some Jack in there, a little bit of Colby. That'd be pretty good. Like, I get down on like queso fresco and like some of those other like Mexican cheeses that go real good on tacos. But semolina, unfortunately, I am not experienced with. There's something going on down here. That's like one of the beefiest zombies that we've seen so far. Definitely chunkier than the rest. Can I have his helmet? He dropped coal, huh? He must have been bad on Roman Christmas. What did they call it? Saturnalia? Is that what they called Christmas? Is that where you just like burned a log and had like a giant orgy or something like that? And what does this do? The sign depicts an open fire on the ground. If I place a campfire, will the game be happy
Not
with
an orgy,
me?
just a
I
gathering.
feel like that's what it wants. Am I solving like an environmental puzzle
Oh, I'm
right
sure
now? Where'd my
orgies
campfire
happen.
go? There it is. So with the campfire, let's say that I place that right there. Oh. Okay, so now what happens? The
I have
beacon has been
100,000
struck,
wood.
but I know not what result it produced. Oh my god, I stumbled on a skill tree while looking around to see what the game gave me. So I got a favor point for like leveling up my wood chipping skill or my wood cutting skill. And so it looks like, oh yeah, dude, the lignator, the caniculator. That definitely sounds like a word that'll make you lose your job. But anyways, apparently we're much better at chopping down just rocks at this point, which will be helpful. I still don't know what that did. Maybe it just gave me like a big infusion of XP. I was unaware of the fact that this game had RPG components to it. Like, it's got a pretty sizable skill tree over there. That's a lot of pigs, dude. Yeah, I was gonna say this might be one of the worst ideas that I've ever had. Maybe just like poke one every now and again. Like hope we get a stab off here and there. There we go. We got one of them.
Hey, it's
got
a real
that one,
video
too. I'm gonna need some food real quick. Doesn't look like they're aggroed anymore.
It's not my style though, unfortunately.
This is a song these guys were singing. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. Get that song in your head.
Please do not ruin fucking Radiohead.
Creep. That's exactly what every last one of these guys was.
What? Oh my god, Tom York is gonna freak out. Please do not ruin.
Shout out to all the subscribers and the members here on the channel. Don't forget to like the video. My name is Reese Waters, and this is Who Raised Y'all, where we highlight those unique individuals going above and beyond to make society worse.
How important Neil Young is as a artist to white people, and how important the song Creep is.
Oh my god. Don't you say anything bad about that.
The magic of this song Creep.
You know, the kinds of people you'll see asking to speak to the manager at the pearly gates.
It's when I heard it, I'm like, oh, it's a good song. And then I seen videos, and it's mesmerizing to white people. They start floating. I'm a creep. I'm a loose.
There we go.
Dude.
Now here I was, minding my own business, trying to figure out why Disney would perm Moana's hair. And I see this. ICE worker arrested in trafficking.
Why are you guys trying to ruin Radiohead? What did Radiohead do to you? What did Tom York do to you? Why are you ruining Tom York? You're not ruining Tom York. You'll never ruin him. You're ruining yourselves. Ugh. Ugh. My reaction to this wasn't good. I'm going to move on. Oh yeah, we had the Filther Franco. Wait, I want to have
This is a
that.
song these guys were singing. What the hell am I doing here?
You're so bad. Shut up, pig. Elder Scrolls 6 is playable? Wow. Okay. Moving on.
Former Prince Andrew was just arrested by police in the UK over his ties to Jeffrey Epstein. Meanwhile, in the US, a few people have resigned, I guess, although really not anybody in the Trump administration. Not even Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, despite his blatant lies about visiting Epstein's island. And the whole thing just seems to be the latest example of the US proving itself uniquely unable to hold almost anyone who associated with Epstein even remotely accountable. But we've got to start with this news that's rocking the UK today, because it started this morning when police issued a statement that they had arrested a man in his 60s from Norfolk on suspicion of misconduct in public office. And while they didn't specifically name Andrew because it's policy under British law to not name a suspect taken into custody, the details in the statement match what's known about the allegations against him, and police were seen at the same time at his estate where Andrew's living. Right, and then you had Andrew's brother, King Charles, confirming the arrest in a statement and adding, "What now follows is the full, fair, and proper process by which this issue is investigated in the appropriate manner and by the appropriate authorities. In this, as I have said before, they have our full and wholehearted support and cooperation. Let me state clearly, the law must take its course." And you had a spokesperson for Charles saying that Buckingham Palace hadn't actually been told about the arrest before it took place. But whatever the case, right, it has been a long road to get to this point. Andrew's links to Epstein, they have been known for years. Virginia Giuffre, probably the most well-known Epstein survivor, first publicly accused Andrew of sexual abuse in court filings way back in 2014. But she said she had been trafficked by Epstein to Andrew sometime around 2001 when she was a teenager, and that he raped her multiple times, though Andrew denied any wrongdoing. And it wasn't really until 2019, after Epstein was arrested and lawyers for victims called on Andrew to speak to investigators, that he started to take a step back from public life. Then in 2021, Giuffre sued Andrew in the U.S. District Court for the Southern District of New York. Andrew then paid roughly $16 million, according to reports, to settle the lawsuit in 2022 without admitting to any allegations against him, and again denying any wrongdoing. And then it was only last year, about 6 months after Giuffre took her own life, that the king finally stripped Andrew of his royal titles and evicted him from his royal residence, with Andrew then moving into the massive estate that I mentioned, which is actually privately owned by Charles. But now with the news today, after all this time, there is a chance that he might actually face some real consequences. Though also, to be very clear here, he hasn't actually been arrested in connection to allegations of sexual assault or trafficking. Right? He's believed to have been arrested based on suspicions that he shared confidential information with Jeffrey Epstein while serving as British trade envoy. And that was actually only exposed thanks to the files released by the DOJ on January 30th. Those files that you might remember included photos of Andrew kneeling over and touching an unknown woman or a girl lying on the floor, which brought to mind the accusations that Giuffre has made against him. And understandably, while most of the attention was there, they also included several emails suggesting that he may have broken the law in this other way. So in one email, he appears to have forwarded internal reports about an official trip to Asia. In another, he seems to have sent a confidential brief given to him in his official capacity with information on investment opportunities in gold and uranium in Afghanistan. And the potential criminal charge he's facing is misconduct in public office, which carries a maximum sentence of life in prison. Though also a very big thing here is you've had legal experts warn that this charge is very difficult to prosecute because the narrow definition of the crime. So you're seeing things like a London-based lawyer telling the New York Times, the authorities will be looking to prove that Andrew was a public officer acting as such at the time of the allegations, and that he willfully neglected to perform his duty to such a degree as to amount to an abuse of the public's trust in him as the office holder, and that he did so without reasonable excuse or justification. Now, with all that said, you still had the family of Virginia Giuffre welcoming the news of Andrew's arrest, saying in a statement, "At last today our broken hearts have been lifted at the news that no one is above the law, not even royalty," saying he was never a prince. "For survivors everywhere, Virginia did this for you." And now, as far as what this process is actually going to look like, Andrew has already been released from police custody, but he is still under investigation. But if and when police are assured that a crime has been committed, they'll send the evidence to the Crown Prosecution Service, which will then bring charges if it thinks that there is a real shot at conviction and the case is in the public interest. Now, with all this, there's obviously been criticism that more should have been done sooner. But also, when you look through the reactions, right, Andrew's arrest, it seems to be yet another example of how different the response has been to the Epstein files internationally versus in the United States. Right, in the UK, in addition to going after Andrew, they've been looking into Labour Party politician and former ambassador to the US, Peter Mandelson. He's also being investigated on suspicion of misconduct in public office.